Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Village of Identicals. The bus coughed and sputtered its last breath at the edge of the village, leaving me stranded in a chilling silence broken only by the whisper of wind through the skeletal branches of ancient trees. A thick fog clung to the ground, obscuring the quaint, yet unsettlingly uniform, houses that lined the dusty road. They were identical, each a mirror image of its neighbor, their windows like vacant eyes staring out into the mist. An unnerving sense of sameness permeated the air, a suffocating blanket of repetition that pressed down on my chest. I stepped out of the bus, my boots crunching on gravel, the sound oddly amplified in the stillness. The air hung heavy with an unspoken dread, a palpable sense of wrongness that sent a shiver down my spine. I had been searching for this village for months, drawn by rumors, whispered tales of a place where reality seemed to fracture, where the boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurred into an unsettling, nightmarish landscape. Now, standing at its threshold, I felt a tremor of fear, a primal instinct urging me to turn back. But the compulsion to unravel the mystery, to uncover the truth behind the unsettling tales, was stronger. The village was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual sounds of daily life. No children's laughter, no barking dogs, no distant chatter. Only the wind, sighing through the trees, and the unsettling silence of the identical houses. As I walked down the street, the feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't a physical sensation, but more of a psychological pressure, a sense of being scrutinized by unseen eyes, judged by an unseen presence. The houses seemed to lean in, their identical facades closing in, creating a claustrophobic effect, a feeling of being trapped in a suffocating maze of sameness. The first inhabitant I encountered was a man, or perhaps it was a series of men, all identical. He stood motionless by a well, his face a mask of impassivity. He had the same dull eyes, the same slightly crooked nose, the same thin lips pressed into a line. His clothes, worn and simple, were also identical to those of the other inhabitants I had glimpsed from afar. He didn't speak, didn't react to my presence. He simply stood there, a statue carved from the very essence of the unsettling stillness of the village. I tried to initiate conversation, to break the unnerving silence, but my words seemed to hang in the air, swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. The man remained unmoving, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet somehow piercing, as if he could see beyond my superficial self, into the very core of my being. His stillness was unsettling, a passive resistance that felt more menacing than any overt aggression. It was the silence of complicity, the silence of a shared secret, a silence that amplified the underlying sense of dread. I continued my walk, passing identical houses, encountering identical people. They were like figures in a disturbing tableau, perfectly replicated, their movements stiff, their expressions vacant. The sense of wrongness intensified, the sameness blurring into a nightmarish distortion of reality. It wasn't just the physical similarities, it was the behavioral uniformity that was truly unsettling. They moved with the same measured gait, their eyes held the same vacant stare. They seemed to exist in a state of suspended animation, detached observers in their own eerily replicated world. There was no sense of individuality, no hint of personal expression. Everything was uniform, from the clothes they wore to the way they carried themselves. They moved in synchronization, an orchestrated dance of chilling uniformity. It was as if they were all playing a part in some grotesque performance, a macabre play where the audience and the actors were indistinguishable. As dusk settled, casting long, distorted shadows, the village took on a more sinister aspect. The identical houses seemed to huddle together, their dark windows like empty sockets, their presence oppressive, menacing. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, creating a symphony of unsettling sounds that seemed to echo the deep unease within me. The sense of being watched intensified. I felt exposed, vulnerable, the target of an unseen gaze. I sought refuge in a small, identical inn, its interior mirroring the unsettling sameness of the village itself. The innkeeper, identical to all the others I had encountered, stared blankly as I checked in. His eyes held no warmth, no spark of recognition, just a cold, unsettling indifference. The room was stark, devoid of any personal touch, reflecting the oppressive uniformity of the village. That night, I lay awake in the oppressive silence, the unsettling sense of being watched a constant presence. My dreams were filled with images of the identical villagers, their faces merging into a single, haunting visage. Their eyes burned into my sleep, their vacant stares filled with some unspoken terror. I woke up in a cold sweat, the chilling sameness of the dream bleeding into the cold, dark reality of my small room. The next day, I spent attempting to find any deviation in the unsettling pattern, any hint of individuality, but found none. Every house was the same, every person a replica of the others. Every interaction was a repetition of the last, an unsettling echo of a chilling sameness. The village was a horrifying monument to uniformity, a testament to a disturbing lack of individuality. It was a place where the human spirit seemed to have been systematically eradicated, replaced by a chilling, unsettling sameness. The feeling of being watched remained constant, a heavy cloak of scrutiny that seemed to intensify with every passing hour. I felt a creeping sense of paranoia, a suspicion that even my thoughts were being monitored, scrutinized by the unseen eyes that seemed to penetrate the very fabric of my being. I yearned for a break in the uniformity, a glimpse of something different, something that would shatter the monotonous reality of this chilling place. As days turned into nights, the unsettling atmosphere continued to tighten its grip. The villagers, though seemingly passive, exerted a psychological pressure that was far more terrifying than any physical threat. Their uniformity, their silence, their impassivity, all were components of a terrifying, cohesive whole, a force far greater than the sum of its parts. The feeling of being trapped, of being lost in a suffocating maze of sameness, intensified. I desperately sought a way out, a means of escape from this chilling world of chilling repetitions. My sanity began to fray at the edges, the constant uniformity chipping away at my sense of self. Desperate, I began to question everything, my perception, my sanity, even the very nature of reality itself. Had I stumbled into an alternate dimension, a place where the laws of nature were distorted? Was this a psychological experiment of some sort, an elaborate test of human resilience? Or was it something far more sinister, something beyond human comprehension? The questions remained unanswered, haunting me like the chilling silence of the village. The unending sameness, the relentless pressure, the constant feeling of being watched, it all culminated in a terrifying crescendo of dread. The lines between reality and nightmare blurred, the chilling uniformity transforming into a horrific, inescapable prison of the mind. And as the fog continued to roll in, obscuring the already distorted reality, I realized I might never truly escape. The village of identicals had claimed me, its chilling sameness seeping into the deepest recesses of my soul, threatening to consume me completely. The suffocating uniformity, the unsettling silence, the ever-present feeling of being watched, it all combined to create a terrifying reality far exceeding the worst nightmares I had ever imagined. The village had become a part of me, a chilling echo in the empty chambers of my heart. My escape, if one ever existed, seemed to lie not in fleeing the village, but in confronting the unsettling truth that had already seeped into my soul. The inn's single flickering lamp cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist like living things, mimicking the unsettling movements of the villagers I'd seen during the day. The silence was a heavy blanket, stifling and oppressive, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock in the hallway, a sound that, in this context, felt less like a comforting rhythm and more like a morbid countdown. Sleep offered no escape. Instead, it plunged me deeper into the uncanny valley of this place, a valley where the familiar morphed into something subtly, terrifyingly wrong. My dreams were a chaotic blend of identical faces, their expressions shifting between placid indifference and something akin to predatory hunger. They were all the same, yet each face held a unique horror, a subtle distortion that sent icy tendrils of fear creeping up my spine. I felt their silent scrutiny even within the confines of my dreams, their eyes following my every move, their silent judgment a constant weight on my chest. Waking was no solace. The unsettling feeling of being watched intensified, merging with the reality of the oppressive quiet of the village. The following morning, the fog had thickened, shrouding the village in an ethereal, almost spectral haze. Visibility was reduced to a few feet, the identical houses barely discernible through the swirling white. The silence, if possible, was even more profound, a suffocating vacuum that amplified the sense of isolation and dread. I felt a growing desperation, a primal urge to break free from the suffocating sameness, to find something, anything, that would shatter the unsettling illusion. I ventured out into the fog, my footsteps muffled by the damp ground. The air was heavy with a strange, metallic scent that made my nostrils burn slightly. The houses loomed out of the fog like ghostly apparitions, each one a perfect replica of the last, an endless repetition of unsettling uniformity. I tried to focus on details, to find a single discrepancy, a broken window, a different shade of paint, anything to break the terrifying pattern. But there was nothing. Absolute uniformity reigned supreme. I encountered villagers moving through the fog like phantoms, their identical figures blending seamlessly with the white expanse. They walked with the same measured gait, their eyes vacant, their movements as synchronized as if choreographed. Their silence was complete, unbroken, a testament to a collective lack of individuality, an unsettling testament to a shared, unspoken understanding. They were not individuals but parts of a single, disturbing organism. As I wandered deeper into the fog-bound village, the sense of wrongness intensified, transforming into something visceral and profoundly unsettling. The air itself felt different, heavy with a tension that vibrated against my skin. The silence was not just a lack of sound, it was an active force, a palpable pressure that constricted my chest, stealing my breath. The very air seemed to breathe with a slow, deliberate rhythm, reflecting the ominous pulse of the village itself. The fog itself seemed to have a malevolent sentience, its tendrils reaching out, wrapping around me like icy fingers. I felt a growing sense of disorientation, a loss of self, as if the fog were slowly erasing my identity, dissolving me into the unsettling sameness of the village. My own reflection in the occasional fleeting patches of clear air appeared distorted, fragmented, as if my very essence was being unraveled, replaced by the chilling uniformity that surrounded me. In one such fleeting glimpse, I saw a reflection not quite my own. A subtle difference, a tiny imperfection in the otherwise perfect copy, appeared in the reflection's eyes. A flicker of something akin to fear or recognition briefly crossed the eyes before the fog swallowed the image whole. The sight sent a jolt of panic through me, a brief crack in the terrifying facade of the uncanny valley. Was it a trick of the light, or a subtle sign of something else, something more than simple repetition? This fleeting glimpse gave me a sliver of hope. A desperate hope that flickered like a candle in a hurricane, threatened to be extinguished by the overwhelming pressure of the unsettling sameness. But the hope was there, a fragile flame against the overwhelming darkness. It was a signal, a tiny imperfection that suggested the possibility of individuality, of something breaking free from the chilling uniformity. I continued my search, driven by the desperate hope that the crack in the facade would widen, that I would find a break in the unsettling sameness, a clue to unlock the mystery of this place. But the fog continued to thicken, obscuring the reality, distorting perceptions, reinforcing the sense of being lost and utterly alone. The days blurred into a disorienting sameness, mirroring the unsettling uniformity of the village itself. I had lost all track of time, my sense of self eroding with each passing moment in this horrific replica of reality. My hunger became a constant ache, a dull throb of a physical sensation strangely out of sync with the oppressive psychological pressure that gripped me. Even this simple biological need seemed to be swallowed by the unsettling sameness. The food I managed to obtain from the inn was bland, devoid of taste and texture, mirroring the tasteless existence of the identical villagers. Sleep offered no escape, only an extension of the nightmare, a continuation of the relentless, unsettling sameness. My dreams were filled with the same haunting faces, their expressions a mask of disturbing calm, their eyes following me through the endless corridors of my subconscious. I began to feel a growing disconnect from my own reality, a chilling sense of displacement that mirrored the disturbing lack of individuality that surrounded me. I questioned my own sanity, my own identity, and the very nature of reality itself. Was this a dream? A hallucination? Or had I stumbled into some alternate reality, a place where the fabric of existence was fundamentally flawed, where the unsettling sameness was the defining characteristic of all of existence? The longer I remained in the village, the more I felt myself succumbing to its oppressive influence. The chilling uniformity was seeping into my own being, altering my perceptions, transforming me into another identical piece in this nightmarish jigsaw puzzle. The unsettling silence, the constant feeling of being watched, all of these were eroding my sense of self, chipping away at my individuality, turning me into a mere reflection of the villagers, an identical copy of a nightmarish existence. The end, if there ever was an end, was slowly creeping in, mirroring the encroaching fog which continued to swallow up the last rays of light. It seemed I was destined to become another identical piece in this terrifying landscape, another passive observer in the chilling, inescapable reality of the uncanny valley. The end was not a singular event, but a slow, agonizing process, an unsettling metamorphosis into something less than human, into another identical resident of this eternally fog-bound world. My very soul was beginning to mirror the disturbing sameness of this nightmare, a chilling and absolute surrender to the unsettling reality of the village of identicals. The unsettling sameness extended beyond the physical appearance of the villagers. Their behavior, too, was unnervingly uniform. They moved with a strange, synchronized gait, their actions predictable and devoid of individual expression. A group of them might be seen tending to the identical vegetable patches in front of their identical houses, each person performing the exact same task, their movements perfectly mirroring one another. There was no laughter, no arguing, no individual expression of emotion. They were a single entity, operating as one cohesive unit. Their silence, which had previously felt oppressive, now took on a new, more sinister dimension. It wasn't merely the absence of sound, it was the deliberate suppression of individuality, of spontaneous human interaction. I tried to engage them, to break through their eerie uniformity. I offered a friendly greeting, a simple question, but my words were met with vacant stares, unblinking, emotionless gazes that seemed to pierce through me. Their responses, when they came at all, were brief, monosyllabic, and identical to one another, echoing each other like a distorted record played on repeat. The feeling of being observed, of being dissected by a collective consciousness, intensified with each failed attempt at interaction. They seemed to register my presence, to acknowledge it with a silent nod that mirrored their other movements, but it was an acknowledgement devoid of warmth, of any semblance of human connection. One day, I watched a group of villagers meticulously tending to the flower beds. Each flower, identical in shape, size, and color, was arranged with mathematical precision. The flowers themselves were eerily perfect, their petals unblemished, their stems straight and unbent. There was no trace of nature's randomness in these meticulously tended blooms. The perfection was disturbing, a testament to the rigid control that seemed to govern every aspect of this bizarre village. Their movements were almost robotic in their precision, devoid of any hint of individual expression or creativity. Their daily routines were as rigidly structured as the geometric patterns of the flower beds. At precisely the same time each day, they would emerge from their identical houses, perform their identical tasks, and then return to their homes with the same measured steps. The repetitive nature of their lives, their complete lack of deviation from the established pattern, created a sense of suffocating predictability, a feeling that time itself had ceased to exist, reduced to a monotonous loop of sameness. Even the times they ate seemed perfectly synchronized, as if orchestrated by some unseen conductor. Their meals, like everything else in the village, were identical. They consumed the same bland, tasteless food at the same time each day, their eating habits as devoid of individuality as the rest of their lives. It was as if nourishment was merely a necessary function, stripped of any pleasure or personal preference. This mechanical approach to the most basic human needs added to the growing sense of unease, making the whole village seem like a well-oiled machine, devoid of any spark of humanity. Their uniformity wasn't just about appearance, it was a comprehensive control over every aspect of their existence. I attempted to document their behavior, to seek some rational explanation for their unsettling conformity. I started keeping a journal, meticulously recording their movements, their actions, anything that might shed light on their curious habits. But the more I observed, the more confused I became. Their behavior was irrational, defying logic and reason. They seemed to operate under a set of unspoken rules, a shared understanding that excluded any individual expression. Their actions were like pieces of a complex puzzle that I couldn't decipher. One evening, I witnessed something that sent a fresh wave of fear through me. A villager, apparently overcome by some unseen force, stumbled and fell in the street. Instead of rushing to assist, the other villagers simply stepped around him, their actions perfectly synchronized, as if the fallen villager was an obstacle in their meticulously planned routine. They continued their movements as if nothing had happened, ignoring the fallen figure as though he were invisible. The indifference was profoundly disturbing. It spoke to a chilling absence of empathy, a lack of concern for individual well-being that went beyond simple disregard. It was as if the concept of individuality was entirely absent from their worldview. The air grew heavy with an unspoken tension, a feeling of impending dread that intensified with each passing moment. I found myself increasingly isolated, alienated not only from the villagers but from my own sense of self. The oppressive uniformity seemed to be seeping into my own consciousness, subtly altering my perceptions, making me question my own sanity. I began to experience moments of unsettling detachment, a feeling of unreality that blurred the lines between my own identity and the homogeneous existence that surrounded me. I started to mimic their actions, my movements growing stiff and predictable. The uniformity was infectious, gradually consuming my very essence. I found myself walking with the same synchronized gait as the villagers, performing the same repetitive tasks, my own individuality dissolving into the horrifying conformity. My mind was slowly being eroded by the collective consciousness of this uncanny place. I spent my nights tossing and turning, my dreams haunted by the same faces, a sea of identical expressions that shifted between placid indifference and a predatory hunger. The dreams became indistinguishable from reality, the boundaries between the two becoming increasingly blurred, transforming the unsettling uniformity of the village into a nightmarish reality I couldn't escape. My own reflection, once a familiar friend, now appeared distorted, fragmented, mirroring the unsettling sameness of the village. The mirror reflected a stranger, a pale imitation of the person I once was, a gradual transformation into one of the identical residents. It was as if the village itself was actively changing me, eroding my identity, turning me into another passive inhabitant of this disturbing, homogeneous world. The process felt inexorable, inescapable, a terrifying descent into an unsettling sameness. The fear was not of death, but of the slow, agonizing loss of self, the complete annihilation of individuality, a total assimilation into the terrifying, homogeneous mass of the village of identicals. The terrifying uniformity was slowly, yet surely, winning. The decision to flee solidified in the dead of night, a desperate gamble born of mounting terror. The creeping conformity, the chilling absence of individuality, had become a suffocating weight, threatening to crush the last vestiges of myself. I packed a small bag, my hands trembling, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Every shadow seemed to lengthen, every rustle of leaves whispered warnings. Escape felt like a monumental task, a battle against an unseen force that permeated the very air I breathed. My escape began under the cloak of a moonless night. The village, usually eerily silent, seemed to hold its breath, a tangible stillness pressing down upon me. The identical houses stood like tombstones in the darkness, their windows staring like empty eyes. I moved with the stealth of a shadow, avoiding the paths, choosing instead to navigate the overgrown fields bordering the village. The air was thick with an unnatural quiet, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart. The first hurdle came sooner than expected. The fields, usually easily traversable, were now choked with an impenetrable thicket of thorny vines, their sharp barbs tearing at my clothes, my skin. The vines themselves seemed sentient, their movements deliberate, as if deliberately barring my path. I fought my way through, the thorns leaving a trail of bleeding scratches, a testament to the village's unseen resistance. The struggle was exhausting, demoralizing. I felt like a trapped animal fighting for its life, each movement met with stubborn resistance. As dawn approached, I reached the edge of the woods, a dense, menacing forest that surrounded the village. I expected a reprieve, a moment of respite, but the forest, too, presented its own set of challenges. The trees were unnaturally close together, their branches interweaving to form an impenetrable canopy, blocking out the morning light. The path, barely visible, wound through the undergrowth, twisting and turning in a disorienting maze. The air grew colder, damper, and a palpable sense of unease settled upon me, amplifying the already intense fear. The deeper I ventured into the woods, the more disoriented I became. The trees themselves seemed to shift, their shapes morphing in the gloom. Familiar landmarks disappeared, replaced by an endless repetition of identical trees, their leaves whispering secrets in an unnerving chorus. The sense of being watched intensified, a feeling that unseen eyes followed my every move. I stumbled upon a clearing, a small space bathed in an eerie, unnatural light. In the center stood a single, ancient oak, its branches twisted and gnarled, its bark marked with strange, indecipherable symbols. The symbols pulsed with a faint, inner light, seeming to writhe and change before my eyes, as if alive. A wave of dizziness washed over me, my head swimming with a dizzying vortex of images, fragmented memories, and unsettling sensations. The symbols seemed to penetrate my mind, their meaning elusive yet terrifyingly potent. The experience left me shaken, disoriented. I pressed on, driven by the desperate need to escape, but the forest offered no easy passage. I encountered more obstacles, more strange occurrences. The path would vanish, only to reappear unexpectedly, leading me in confusing circles. I would catch glimpses of movement in the shadows, fleeting forms that vanished before I could focus. The forest seemed determined to keep me within its grasp. Hours turned into an eternity as I navigated this nightmarish landscape. Hunger gnawed at my stomach, thirst parched my throat, but the pressing fear of recapture kept me moving. I was losing track of time, my sense of direction completely lost. The forest was a labyrinth of shadows and echoes, a world devoid of any comforting familiarity. The constant repetition, the pervasive sameness, mirrored the unsettling uniformity of the village, twisting my mind with its pervasive influence. As dusk fell, I stumbled upon a stream, its water dark and murky, its banks overgrown with tangled vegetation. The stream seemed to flow in unexpected directions, its course as unpredictable and disorienting as the forest itself. I followed it, hoping it would lead me out of this menacing wood, hoping it would lead me towards freedom. The stream's current seemed to grow stronger, pulling at my feet, tugging at my resolve. The banks grew steeper, more treacherous, and the forest pressed in closer, its shadows growing darker. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms, seeking to ensnare me. I battled against the current, the fear of drowning adding to the already overwhelming sense of dread. Suddenly, I heard a sound, a faint chanting, a rhythmic murmur that seemed to emanate from deep within the forest. It was a chilling, unsettling sound, sending shivers down my spine. The chanting grew louder, closer, filling the air with a sense of foreboding. I knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary sound. This was the village's call, a summons to return, a reminder of the inescapable hold this place had on me. I pressed on, driven by a surge of adrenaline, a final desperate attempt to break free from its hypnotic grasp. But the chanting grew stronger, closer, its mesmerizing rhythm almost pulling me back towards the darkness, its unsettling sound overpowering my attempts to escape. I felt the familiar pull of conformity, the hypnotic allure of the unsettling sameness, threatening to reclaim me. The journey seemed endless, a terrifying struggle against an unseen force that stretched far beyond the boundaries of the forest, reaching into my very soul. My hope was dwindling, replaced by the creeping dread that perhaps escape from the village of identicals was impossible, that the unsettling sameness was not just a physical place but a state of being. The woods, the stream, the chanting, all were obstacles in a desperate struggle against the erosion of myself, a fight against the terrifying uniformity that seemed determined to swallow me whole. The night was far from over, and the darkness held its breath, waiting. The chanting intensified, a hypnotic drone that vibrated in my bones, a discordant symphony of voices all uttering the same wordless plea. It was a siren song, beautiful and terrifying, drawing me back towards the unsettling familiarity of the village. I stumbled, my legs heavy with exhaustion, my mind battling the insidious pull of the hypnotic rhythm. The stream, now a raging torrent, threatened to sweep me away, but the fear of returning to the village was stronger, a primal terror that superseded even the immediate danger of the rushing water. I clung to the slippery bank, my fingers digging into the mud, my knuckles white with strain. The chanting swelled, resonating through the trees, creating an oppressive atmosphere that stifled all hope. Each note seemed to chip away at my resolve, eroding my resistance, whispering promises of belonging, of acceptance, of an end to the agonizing struggle. It was the promise of oblivion, cloaked in the seductive guise of tranquility. The thought of returning to the identical houses, the identical faces, the chilling sameness, filled me with a deep and abiding dread. Yet, the allure of the chanting was almost irresistible, a hypnotic pull that threatened to consume my very being. With a surge of adrenaline, I ripped my gaze from the stream and pushed on, deeper into the woods. The trees seemed to writhe and twist, their branches like grasping claws, trying to impede my escape. The path, if it could even be called that, was barely there, just a suggestion of a trail, disappearing and reappearing in fits and starts. I pressed on, driven by a primal instinct to survive, to escape the clutches of this nightmare. The ground under my feet was uneven, treacherous. I stumbled and fell, my body aching, my spirit broken, yet somehow refusing to succumb. The moon finally broke through the dense canopy, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed, mocking my desperate flight. The light was little solace. The forest remained as menacing, as oppressive as before. The chanting faded into the distance, replaced by an unnerving silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the frantic beat of my own heart. The relief was fleeting, however, it only served to heighten the profound sense of isolation. I was utterly alone, lost in a labyrinth of shadows, surrounded by an oppressive stillness that amplified the turmoil within. I continued onward, driven by a dwindling sense of hope, propelled forward by the sheer terror of what lay behind. Every shadow seemed to hide something, every rustle hinted at pursuit. My mind played tricks on me. I saw things that weren't there, heard voices that didn't exist, felt phantom touches on my skin. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, and I questioned my own sanity, wondering if the escape was a mere delusion, a desperate hope born out of fear. I reached another clearing, smaller than the one before, and even more eerily lit. This time, there was no ancient oak, just a circle of stones, their surfaces smooth and cold beneath my trembling fingers. The stones seemed to radiate a faint hum, a subtle vibration that resonated with the chanting I had heard earlier, a haunting reminder of the village's unsettling presence. A creeping feeling of dread washed over me. The clearing felt wrong. It felt like a place where the fabric of reality was thin, where the boundaries between worlds were permeable. The stones seemed to whisper secrets, their silence more disturbing than any sound. They spoke of things I couldn't comprehend, of forces far beyond my understanding. I felt a dizzying rush, a sense of displacement, as if I were teetering on the edge of something vast and unknowable. The air grew heavy, charged with a potent energy that sent shivers down my spine. I felt a sense of being watched, observed by something ancient and powerful. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the sensation ceased. The stones were silent, the clearing normal. But something within me had changed, something had shifted, leaving an indelible mark on my soul. I continued my escape, the experience leaving me shaken but resolute. The forest seemed to thin slightly, the trees less closely packed, their branches less menacing. Hope, a fragile flower, began to bloom within my breast, offering a glimmer of escape. The land itself seemed to soften, the undergrowth giving way to a more open terrain. I pressed on, my pace quickening, my determination renewed. The forest finally yielded, giving way to a rolling hillside bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun. Below, I saw a distant road, a beacon of hope in the vast expanse of open land. Relief washed over me, a wave of pure, unadulterated joy. I had escaped the clutches of the forest, the nightmare behind me, or so it seemed. I descended the hill, my feet moving swiftly and surely, my body light despite the exhaustion. I reached the road, and then, without looking back, I started to walk towards freedom. The journey had taken its toll, leaving its mark on my body and soul. My clothes were torn, my skin scratched, my body weary. But I walked onward, determined, unwavering. But the memory of the village, of the identical faces, of the unsettling sameness, remained. It haunted me, a recurring nightmare that threatened to swallow me whole. The escape from the village was physical, perhaps, but the true escape, the liberation from its insidious influence, seemed still to elude me. The doubt lingered, a cold, persistent shadow, whispering doubts about the reality of my escape. Was it a dream? A hallucination? A cleverly crafted illusion, designed to lull me into a false sense of security? The uncertainty was a burden, a weight that settled on my shoulders as I walked towards the future. The road stretched ahead, endless and unknown, and I could not shake the feeling that the village and its haunting legacy would somehow find a way to follow me, to reach out from the darkness and reclaim me. The unsettling conformity, the eerie sameness, echoed within me. The road to freedom, it seemed, would be a long and arduous one. I was free from the village of identicals, perhaps, but could I ever truly be free from its hold? Only time, and a journey far longer than any I had already endured, would tell. The escape, it seemed, was not just from a place, but from the haunting possibility that the village, its unsettling uniformity, was more than a physical location, it was a state of being. The true escape, it seemed, was yet to begin. Story 2, The Whispering Walls. The realtor had assured us, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, that the house had character. Character, it turned out, was a euphemism for a creeping dread that settled in the bones and clung to the very fabric of being. It started subtly, a faint rustling sound behind the old plaster walls, a whisper too low to decipher, yet somehow profoundly unsettling. My husband, Thomas, dismissed it as old house settling, the creaks and groans of aging timber. Our daughter, Lily, 8 years old and prone to flights of fancy, declared it to be the house's secret language. But I felt it, a growing unease that burrowed its way into my sleep, leaving me waking in a cold sweat, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The whispering grew more insistent, more frequent. It was no longer a faint rustle, but a murmured conversation, a chorus of voices barely audible, yet somehow palpable, weaving a tapestry of unseen narratives. Sometimes it sounded like laughter, a chilling, high-pitched giggle that sent shivers down my spine. Other times, it was a cacophony of low moans and sighs, hinting at untold sorrows, buried secrets whispering from the past. We tried to rationalize it, to find logical explanations. Thomas, a man of science, searched for drafts, checked for rodents. He installed new insulation, replaced old pipes, even consulted a structural engineer. But the whispering persisted, unwavering, its ghostly murmurs weaving through the silence of the house, defying any attempt at a rational explanation. Lily, initially enthralled, began to grow apprehensive. Her imagination, once a source of comfort, now conjured nightmarish scenarios of shadowy figures lurking within the walls, whispering their secrets in her ear. One evening, while Lily was tucked in bed, Thomas and I were sitting in the living room, the fire casting long dancing shadows on the walls. The whispering was unusually loud, the voices distinct, clearer than we had ever heard before. We exchanged a nervous glance. The air grew heavy, thick with a palpable sense of dread. Then, from the wall behind the fireplace, a voice, clear as a bell, whispered my name. It was a woman's voice, low and melodious, yet edged with a chilling sorrow. My name, spoken in that eerie whisper, was a tangible thing, a cold hand reaching out to grab my soul. Thomas leaped to his feet, his face ashen, eyes wide with disbelief. But I remained rooted to the spot, my senses overwhelmed, my mind unable to process the impossible. The whispering continued, revealing snippets of a story, fragments of a life lived within these very walls. The voice spoke of a woman named Eliza, a young bride who had lived in the house a century ago, a life cut short, her happiness stolen by tragedy. The whispers detailed a tale of love and betrayal, of jealousy and despair, painting a vivid picture of a life lived and lost within the confines of this old house. The house itself seemed to breathe, the walls seeming to pulse with her story, her sorrow, her unspoken grief echoing through the ages. The revelations were unnerving, the whispers seeping into our consciousness, revealing unsettling truths about the house's past. We learned about a secret affair, a hidden pregnancy, a brutal murder, the details delivered piecemeal, in chilling whispers that echoed throughout the house, each one a shard of a shattered past. The whispers, once mere annoyances, now revealed themselves as a ghostly narration of Eliza's life and tragic death. Her story unfolded slowly, one chilling fragment at a time, woven into the very fabric of the house itself. Lily, awakened by the intensity of the whispering, emerged from her room, her eyes wide with fear. She clutched her teddy bear, her small form trembling. We tried to reassure her, to explain away the whispers as a trick of the wind, an odd acoustic phenomenon, but even we could no longer convince ourselves. The whispers were too real, too vivid. They were a chilling testament to a life lived and lost, a story imprinted on the very soul of the house. Over the next few days, the whispers intensified, becoming a constant, relentless barrage of sound. Sleep became an impossible luxury, our nights haunted by Eliza's spectral narrative. The house seemed to press in on us, its walls closing in, the whispers a constant reminder of our unwelcome proximity to the tragic past. The very structure of the house, once a charming old dwelling, now felt like a suffocating prison, a mausoleum holding Eliza's unquiet spirit. Thomas, the staunch rationalist, began to crack under the pressure. He started seeing things, fleeting shadows, fleeting movements out of the corner of his eye. He'd jump at the slightest sound, a nervous twitch replacing his former confidence. His once steady demeanor crumbled, replaced by a nervous energy that permeated the entire house. The whispers, he admitted, were driving him mad. Lily, too, was affected. Her nightmares grew more vivid, her sleep more troubled. She started talking about seeing Eliza, a pale, ethereal figure gliding through the halls. She described the faint scent of lavender and lilies, the same aromas that were mentioned in the whispers, adding another layer of unsettling realism to the ghostly narrative. We attempted to leave, to escape the oppressive weight of the house and its spectral inhabitant, but an unseen force seemed to bind us to the place, an unnatural energy that held us captive. Each time we tried to leave, a new set of whispers would begin, more desperate, more insistent, pleading with us to stay, to listen, to understand. The whispers weren't just recounting Eliza's story, they were beckoning us, pulling us into the vortex of her tragic tale, making us participants in her unfulfilled life. As the days bled into weeks, the line between reality and nightmare began to blur. The house, once a comforting haven, transformed into a claustrophobic prison, its whispering walls a constant reminder of our impending doom. We were trapped, not by physical barriers, but by the inescapable reality of Eliza's story, a story woven into the very fabric of the house, a story that we were now inextricably bound to. We could hear Eliza's quiet sobs in the silence between whispers, a chilling testament to her perpetual sorrow. The haunting grew in intensity, the whispers turning into full-blown conversations, sometimes arguments, often tearful confessions. Eliza's tale unfolded in its tragic entirety. We learned of her lover's betrayal, the shame and despair that led to her death. We saw her final moments, the cold touch of death, her eyes wide with fear and regret. The whispers painted a picture so vivid, so painfully real, that the boundary between our world and hers seemed to dissolve. We were no longer just observers, we had become active participants in Eliza's story. We were bound to her, her grief becoming our own, her tragedy forever entwined with our lives. We knew, with a chilling certainty, that Eliza would never be at peace, and neither would we, until we uncovered the truth behind her tragic end and, more terrifyingly, the truth the house was now whispering about us. The haunting whisperings were no longer just about Eliza's past, they were becoming our own chilling premonition. The house had become a living testament to a tragic history, but now it was weaving a new, terrifying narrative, our own. The whispers intensified, morphing from fragmented narratives into a cacophony of voices, each vying for our attention. It wasn't just Eliza's story anymore. The walls seemed to hum with the collective sorrows of generations past, their secrets bleeding into our present. One evening, a new voice emerged, sharper, more insistent, cutting through Eliza's melancholic murmurings. It was a man's voice, laced with bitterness and regret. He introduced himself as Arthur, Eliza's husband, his words dripping with the venom of unspoken accusations. Arthur's whispers spoke of a marriage fractured by mistrust, of simmering resentments festering beneath a veneer of polite society. He painted a picture of Eliza, not as the tragic victim of the whispers, but as a woman capable of cruelty, of manipulation, her quiet demeanor masking a fierce ambition. He confessed to infidelity, a secret affair that had consumed him, But he also painted Eliza as the instigator, a woman who pushed him away, who drove him to seek solace elsewhere. His words were a counterpoint to Eliza's narrative, a twisting of the story, a testament to the fragility of memory and the subjective nature of truth. As Arthur's accusations echoed through the house, a new layer of unease settled upon us. The house, once a stage for Eliza's tragedy, now became a battleground for conflicting narratives, a space where the past struggled to reconcile its opposing perspectives. It was as if the walls themselves were taking sides, the whispers shifting and swirling, a relentless assault on our sanity. Then, a third voice joined the chorus. A child's voice, high-pitched and wavering, filled the gaps between Arthur's bitter pronouncements and Eliza's sorrowful confessions. It was a young girl, speaking in fragmented sentences, her words hinting at a past far more sinister than we could have imagined. The whispers spoke of neglect, of unspoken abuse, of a childhood tainted by secrets and shadowed by fear. The child's whispers, unlike Arthur's accusations and Eliza's laments, were laced with a profound sense of terror and helplessness. It spoke of a hidden room, a place of confinement and fear, of a recurring nightmare that mirrored the whispers themselves. This new voice added another dimension to the unsettling narrative, weaving a disturbing tapestry of family dysfunction, a pattern of darkness passed down through generations. We learned of a hidden resentment between Arthur and his father, a bitter rivalry fueled by jealousy and thwarted ambitions. The father's unspoken disapproval of Arthur's marriage to Eliza echoed through the whispers, adding another layer of complexity to the already convoluted tale. The whispers revealed a family fractured by secrets, haunted by resentments passed down through generations, a legacy of unspoken pain seeping into the very fabric of the house. The house, it seemed, wasn't just a witness to Eliza's tragedy, it was a repository for the collective anguish of a family torn apart. The house became a living entity, its walls pulsating with the energy of these conflicting narratives. The whispers were no longer confined to the night, they permeated our waking hours, a constant reminder of the family's dark secrets. Each sound, each creak, became a ghostly whisper, a phantom echo of the past. Thomas, already on the edge, succumbed to the relentless pressure. He began to withdraw, his eyes haunted by unseen horrors. He'd stare at the walls, muttering fragments of the whispers, his rationality crumbling under the weight of the unsettling truth. He started seeing the figures from the whispers, Eliza, gaunt and sorrowful, Arthur, consumed by bitterness, and the child, her face obscured by shadow, her cries echoing in the silence. Lily, too, was profoundly affected. Her childhood innocence was replaced by a haunted look, her nights filled with vivid nightmares that mirrored the house's whispering secrets. She began speaking in fragmented sentences, repeating phrases from the whispers, her voice mirroring the child's ghostly lament. She would draw disturbing images, recreating scenes from the family's troubled past, her art becoming a visual manifestation of the house's unsettling narrative. The whispers, now a constant, overwhelming presence, revealed the darkest recesses of the family's history. We learned of a clandestine inheritance, a bitter legal battle, and a legacy of violence concealed beneath a facade of respectability. The narrative was chillingly familiar, reflecting patterns of family dysfunction repeated across generations. The house seemed to absorb these traumas, becoming a vessel for the collective anguish of a fractured family. One particularly harrowing night, the whispers coalesced, forming a single, terrifying voice. This voice didn't belong to Eliza, Arthur, or the child. It was a voice older, deeper, resonating with the collective weight of all the untold stories hidden within the walls. It was the voice of the house itself, a voice that spoke not just of the family's past, but of the darker undercurrents of human nature, a chilling reminder of the enduring power of secrets and the devastating consequences of unspoken truths. This voice revealed a hidden pattern, a disturbing cycle of betrayal, resentment, and violence that had haunted the house for generations. The family's individual stories were merely threads in a larger tapestry of darkness, a woven narrative of human suffering, a legacy passed down from one generation to the next. The whispers revealed a disturbing truth. The house was not merely reflecting their past, it was shaping their present, pulling them into a vortex of shared trauma, ensuring the cycle of suffering would continue. This revelation was the most horrifying of all. The house was not just haunted, it was a sentient entity, a malevolent presence that fed on the family's pain, perpetuating their misery. We were not merely trapped, we were becoming part of the house's malevolent design. The whispers were not simply revealing secrets, they were manipulating our minds, our emotions, our very souls. They were turning us against each other, mirroring the very discord that had plagued the family for generations. Our efforts to escape intensified, fueled by the growing realization of our desperate plight. We tried to seal the cracks in the walls, to muffle the whispers, but the sounds persisted, weaving their way through the very fabric of our existence. The more we struggled, the more the house tightened its grip, drawing us further into its nightmarish web. The whispers were no longer just sounds, they were a palpable force, a sentient presence that defied all logical explanation. As we delved deeper into the house's dark history, we found ourselves entangled in a web of deceit, betrayal, and unspoken trauma, mirroring the very cycle the house seemed determined to perpetuate. The line between past and present, reality and nightmare, blurred until we were no longer certain what was real and what was a product of the house's malevolent influence. We were trapped not only in a haunted house, but also within the haunting grip of our own shadowed pasts. The whispers were a stark reminder that the most terrifying horror is often not found in the supernatural, but in the deeply buried secrets of the human heart. The house was whispering our doom, a chilling premonition woven into the very fabric of our lives. And there was nowhere to escape. The whispers had fractured us, splintering the fragile bonds of family and friendship. What had begun as a shared curiosity had morphed into a chilling game of mistrust. Thomas, once the stalwart patriarch, now retreated into himself, his eyes perpetually darting, his hands trembling as he clutched at his thinning hair. His once booming laughter was replaced by a nervous cough, a strangled sound that echoed the unsettling whispers. He saw things, he claimed, fleeting figures at the periphery of his vision, shadows that mimicked the tormented faces we'd come to associate with the whispers, Eliza, Arthur, and the child. He'd wake in a cold sweat, muttering fragments of their stories, his words jumbled and incoherent, his sanity fraying at the edges like an old tapestry. Lily, once a beacon of youthful optimism, was now a walking shadow of her former self. The vibrant colors of her artwork had been replaced by a monochrome palette of grays and blacks, filled with disturbing imagery that mirrored the chilling tales of the past. Her eyes held a haunted look, her once bright smile now a grim, almost feral expression. She spoke less and less, her words often mirroring the child's haunting cries, her pronouncements filled with a deep-seated fear that sent icy tendrils down our spines. She started sleeping with the lights on, clutching a worn teddy bear, her small frame trembling with unspoken terrors. Even my own perceptions were distorted. The whispers seemed to target my weakest points, exploiting my anxieties and insecurities. I began questioning my own sanity, wondering if the house was manipulating me, planting doubts and suspicions in my mind. My dreams became nightmares, a twisted reflection of the house's macabre narrative. The lines between reality and illusion blurred, making it increasingly difficult to discern what was real and what was a product of the house's malevolent influence. The constant barrage of conflicting narratives eroded our trust in each other. Every innocent gesture, every hesitant glance, was interpreted as a sign of deception. Were Thomas's erratic behaviors a symptom of his deteriorating mental state, or was he deliberately withholding information, acting under some unseen influence? Was Lily's withdrawn nature a response to the trauma, or was she actively participating in some perverse game orchestrated by the house? Even my own actions were subject to scrutiny. Was my calm exterior a mask of deceit, a calculated effort to conceal my true feelings? We became our own worst enemies, trapped in a web of suspicion and paranoia. Accusations, however subtle, became commonplace. A misplaced object, a missed appointment, a hushed conversation, each was fodder for suspicion. We analyzed each other's words, seeking hidden meanings and ulterior motives in every sentence. Simple disagreements escalated into bitter arguments, fueled by the ever-present whispers that seemed to amplify our insecurities and fears. The shared trauma had twisted into a poisonous brew of distrust and paranoia. The house itself seemed to revel in our discord. The whispers would intensify during our arguments, as if feeding on our emotional turmoil. It was a perverse dance, a macabre ballet where our fear and suspicion fueled the house's malevolent power. The more we fought, the stronger the whispers became, reinforcing our growing distrust and isolating us further. One evening, during a particularly heated argument with Thomas, I noticed a subtle change in the whispers. Eliza's voice, usually filled with sorrow, took on a sharper tone, almost accusatory. It seemed as though the whispers were now manipulating the narrative, twisting our words, fueling our conflicts. The house wasn't merely a witness to our disintegration, it was actively orchestrating our downfall. That night, I found Thomas pacing the hallway, muttering incoherently, clutching a photograph of his father. He spoke of hidden inheritances, of a long-forgotten betrayal, of a family secret so terrible it threatened to shatter our very reality. His voice was laced with both fear and a chilling acceptance, as if he were finally succumbing to the house's influence. Lily, too, seemed on the precipice of a breaking point. She began spending hours in her room, sketching grotesque images that mirrored the house's whispers. Her drawings were not merely representations of the past, they seemed to be predicting our future, displaying horrifying visions of our impending doom. The air was thick with tension, the silence punctuated by the constant murmurings from the walls. Sleep became a luxury, a respite we desperately craved but couldn't achieve. Each creak, each groan, was interpreted as a sinister message, a confirmation of our deepest fears. We had become prisoners not only of the house, but also of our own tormented minds. The once cozy rooms were transformed into a nightmarish labyrinth, the walls closing in on us, their whispers gnawing at our sanity. We were no longer a family, we were a collection of fractured individuals, consumed by suspicion and paranoia, our bonds irrevocably broken. Our shared experience had turned into a crucible, forging us into weapons against each other. The house, a malevolent puppeteer, had skillfully manipulated our emotions, our fears, turning us against each other. The whispers persisted, a constant, insidious reminder of our impending doom. We were no longer searching for answers, we were fleeing from the truth, a truth that was tearing us apart. The house had succeeded in its sinister game, transforming a family into a battlefield of shattered trust and profound paranoia. The nightmarish reality had become our inescapable prison, a testament to the chilling power of a haunted house and the terrifying fragility of the human psyche. We were lost, adrift in a sea of whispers, with no shore in sight. The whispers were no longer a mystery to solve, they were the haunting soundtrack to our impending demise, a symphony of fear and despair. And with each passing moment, the walls seemed to tighten their grip, drawing us deeper into the abyss. The old oak door, usually a source of dread, now felt like a gateway to a necessary confrontation. Thomas, surprisingly resolute, led the way, a flicker of defiance in his usually haunted eyes. Lily trailed behind, her teddy bear clutched tightly, her face pale but strangely composed. The whispers, usually a chaotic cacophony, had subsided to a low hum, a tense silence preceding a storm. We moved through the familiar, yet alien, halls of the house, the air thick with anticipation. The source of the whispers, it turned out, wasn't some malevolent entity inhabiting the walls, but a hidden room, sealed behind a bookshelf in the library. Thomas had discovered it during one of his nocturnal wanderings, a forgotten space tucked away from the rest of the house. He'd pushed aside the bookcase, revealing a narrow, dark passage that led to a small, dusty room, the air heavy with the scent of decay and secrets. Inside, the room was stark, furnished only with a single wooden chair and a small, dilapidated writing desk. The walls were covered in faded wallpaper, its once vibrant patterns now obscured by layers of grime and age. But it was the desk that held the key to our nightmare. Upon it, nestled amongst yellowed papers and brittle photographs, lay a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with a spidery handwriting. This was the heart of the whispers, the source of our torment. Thomas, his hands shaking, opened the journal. The first few pages were filled with mundane entries, weather reports, shopping lists, descriptions of daily life. Then, the entries changed. The writing became more frantic, more desperate, revealing a tale of obsession, betrayal, and unimaginable horror. It was the story of our great-great-grandfather, Elias Thorne, a man of wealth and influence, yet consumed by a darkness that had seeped into the very foundations of our family. Elias was obsessed with the occult, delving into forbidden knowledge, seeking power beyond human comprehension. His journal detailed his experiments, his rituals, his descent into madness. He spoke of contacting entities from beyond, of bargaining with forces beyond human understanding. He documented his successes, but also his failures, the horrific consequences of his reckless ambition. One entry, scrawled in a frantic hand, detailed the creation of a binding ritual, a desperate attempt to contain the entity he had unwittingly unleashed. The ritual, he claimed, was tied to the house itself. Its success depended on the bloodline, a chilling inheritance passed down through generations. He spoke of a curse, a cycle of madness and despair, bound to the Thorne family forever. The journal revealed the horrifying truth behind the whispers. They weren't random voices, but the echoes of Elias's victims, their tormented cries trapped within the walls of the house, their agony feeding the entity he had summoned. Eliza, Arthur, and the child, they weren't just figments of our imaginations, they were manifestations of the entity's power, its influence seeping into our minds, exploiting our vulnerabilities. The whispers were a manifestation of the entity's rage and despair, a constant reminder of Elias's failures, a haunting testament to his hubris. The more we fought, the more the entity fed on our negative energy, its influence growing stronger. Our paranoia and mistrust were exactly what it had craved. The house wasn't just haunted, it was a conduit, a vessel containing a malevolent force, its power amplified by the family's darkness, passed down through generations. As Thomas read further, Lily let out a soft gasp. One of the photographs depicted a young girl, her face strikingly similar to Lily's. She was Elias's daughter, the direct ancestor in the family's lineage, the one bearing the weight of the curse, the conduit through which the entity's power was channeled. The journal confirmed her identity, Eleanor Thorne, a victim of her father's twisted experiments. The revelation shattered us. The whispers were not merely a product of the house, they were our inheritance. The entity wasn't a separate being, but a darkness woven into our DNA, passed down through the generations of the Thorne family, feeding on our fears and despair. It had found its perfect vessel in Lily, whose innocent energy was now threatened by the entity's influence. She was Elias's bloodline, his descendant, carrying the curse, and the entity was attempting to fully possess her. The journal details ended abruptly, the last few pages torn out, leaving a gaping hole in the narrative. But it didn't need to be complete. The horrifying implications were clear. We were trapped in a cycle of madness, a family legacy of horror, and we were slowly succumbing to its power. A chilling realization struck me. The entity had not simply haunted our house, it had possessed our family. The whispers were not just sounds but voices, the voices of those Elias had sacrificed, urging us towards self-destruction. Our fights, our arguments, our growing suspicion, all fueled the entity's power, each conflict a step closer to Lily's complete possession. The house was a prison, but it was a prison built not of wood and stone, but of blood and inherited darkness. Our ancestors' actions had condemned us, binding us to a horrific fate. Thomas, his face ashen, dropped the journal. He stared at the photograph of his ancestor, Eleanor, his eyes mirroring the same tormented fear. The weight of generations of madness pressed down on him, the realization that his family was not just haunted, but corrupted. He finally understood his erratic behavior, his nightmares, the visions he'd been seeing. They were not his own hallucinations, but glimpses into the entity's malevolent reality, the creeping influence working its way through his very being. Lily, her face tear-streaked, looked at her reflection in the dusty mirror hanging on the wall. For a moment, her reflection flickered, replaced by a momentary image of Eleanor, her face distorted by a chilling smile. Then, it was gone, but the fear in Lily's eyes remained, a stark reminder of the entity's encroaching power. We sat in silence, the weight of the revelation crushing us. The whispers had become louder, more insistent, the voices now clear, not just murmuring threats, but screaming accusations, fueled by the years of unspoken family traumas and hidden sins. The entity was revealing itself to us, not as a specter in the dark, but as the essence of our own collective darkness. We had been fighting amongst ourselves, our fears turning us against one another, exactly as the entity desired. We were not victims of a haunted house, we were instruments of its malevolent designs. The chilling truth was that we weren't just trapped in the house was a part of us. The whispers were a reflection of our family's dark history, a haunting echo of our ancestors' mistakes. And the entity was not something external, but an inherent evil, a dark current running through the Thorn bloodline, waiting for its moment to take over completely. The fight wasn't about escaping the house, it was about breaking the cycle, about confronting not just the entity but the darkness within ourselves, passed down through generations, a legacy of horror that we now had to confront. The fight for our sanity, our lives, and our very souls had only just begun. The weight of the revelation hung heavy in the air, a suffocating blanket woven from generations of unspoken horrors. The whispers, once a background hum, now roared in our ears, a chorus of tormented voices, each one a shard of our fractured family's shattered past. Thomas, usually the stoic one, crumbled, his shoulders slumping under the burden of inherited madness. The defiant glint in his eyes had been replaced by a hollow emptiness, the realization of his family's dark legacy etching itself onto his face like a gruesome mask. He stared at the photograph of Eleanor, his ancestor, a chilling echo of Lily's innocence now twisted into a grim premonition. Lily, so composed only moments before, was now a trembling child, the teddy bear clutched to her chest a pathetic shield against the encroaching darkness. The fleeting glimpse of Eleanor in the mirror, a grotesque parody of her own reflection, had shattered her innocent facade. The fear in her eyes wasn't just fear of the unknown, it was the fear of a horrifying inheritance, a cursed bloodline that seemed to inexorably pull her towards a horrifying destiny. My own mind reeled, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place with terrifying precision. The seemingly random events, the escalating paranoia, the escalating whispers, they weren't random at all. They were orchestrated, a carefully constructed symphony of fear designed to break us, to drive us to the brink of madness. The entity hadn't just haunted the house, it had manipulated us, exploited our vulnerabilities, feeding on our fears, turning our family against itself. We were not victims of a haunted house, we were pawns in a macabre game. The pieces moved according to the entity's malevolent design. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the relentless whispers, now imbued with a cruel, almost mocking tone. The air crackled with tension, the palpable weight of years of suppressed secrets and unspoken traumas hanging heavy in the room. The revelation had exposed the festering wounds within our family, wounds that went far deeper than simple disagreements or misunderstandings. It was a cancer that had metastasized through generations, twisting relationships, poisoning minds, and ultimately leading to the present crisis. Thomas, in a voice barely above a whisper, spoke of his own troubled past, memories now imbued with a horrifying new context. His erratic behavior, previously dismissed as mere eccentricity, was now understood as a symptom, a manifestation of the entity's influence, a subtle but persistent tug towards the abyss. He spoke of visions, nightmares, and a relentless sense of dread that had plagued him since childhood, the chilling premonitions of our family's cursed legacy. The visions weren't hallucinations, they were glimpses into the entity's horrifying reality, fleeting moments where the veil between worlds thinned, revealing the true nature of our inheritance. Lily, still trembling, confessed her own unsettling experiences, the strange feelings of déjà vu, the unnerving sense of being watched, the recurring nightmares of a shadowy figure reaching for her, a figure eerily reminiscent of Eleanor Thorne in the photograph. These weren't innocent childhood fantasies, they were premonitions, warnings from a deeply troubled past that now threatened to consume her entirely. Her innocence was shattered, replaced by a chilling understanding of the horrors that lay ahead, a legacy of madness that she might not be able to escape. My own past experiences took on a terrifying new significance. The subtle feelings of unease, the unsettling atmosphere of the house, the whispers I had initially dismissed as mere creaks and drafts, all were pieces of a much larger, more horrifying puzzle. The entity had been working its magic subtly, gradually eroding our sanity, turning our fears and insecurities against us. We had unwittingly fed its power, our own internal conflicts providing the perfect breeding ground for its insidious influence. The arguments, the misunderstandings, the long-simmering resentments that had plagued our family for generations, they were not simply disagreements, they were fuel for the entity, amplifying its power, allowing it to grow stronger, to exert greater control over our minds and destinies. The whispers were not just echoes of the past, they were manipulations, carefully chosen words and phrases designed to prey on our insecurities, to drive us apart, to break our spirits. The fractured family we were witnessing was not an accident, it was a meticulously crafted design, the entity's masterstroke. By turning us against each other, by creating mistrust and suspicion, it had amplified its own power, creating an environment of chaos and fear that allowed its influence to thrive. Our own internal battles were the entity's greatest weapons, a subtle, insidious form of control that had us battling each other while the real enemy, a legacy of inherited darkness, gained strength. The silence that followed was a chilling testament to our shared horror. The whispers continued, now almost a tangible presence, each syllable weaving a tapestry of fear, despair, and the haunting legacy of the Thorne family. The fractured pieces of our family, once bound by blood and shared history, now lay scattered and broken, each member wrestling with their own demons, their own inherited darkness. We were no longer simply inhabitants of a haunted house, we were prisoners within ourselves, trapped in a cycle of madness, a legacy of horror that had been passed down through generations. The struggle to escape wasn't about finding a way out of the house, it was about confronting the darkness within ourselves, breaking free from the chains of inherited trauma, and facing the full extent of our family's horrific history. The fight for our survival, for our sanity, for our very souls, was only just beginning. The whispers continued, a constant reminder of the long and arduous battle ahead, a battle against not just an external force, but against the inherited darkness that had taken root in our very beings. The future remained uncertain, a dark and terrifying expanse of the unknown, where the fragile threads of our sanity and family unity hung precariously in the balance. The fight had begun, but the outcome remained far from clear, a battle fought not only against a malevolent entity, but against the ghosts of our own family's past. The whispers lingered, a haunting reminder of what was at stake. Story 3: The Empty Chair. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, a tangible entity in its own right, far more oppressive than the whispers that had haunted us for days. Then, a sound, a soft scraping, like chair legs on polished wood, sliced through the stillness. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, yet it sent a fresh wave of icy dread through me. We all froze, our breaths held captive in our chests. The scraping stopped, leaving behind an unnerving quiet that felt pregnant with anticipation. My gaze, drawn inexorably, landed on the dining table. The flickering candlelight cast long, dancing shadows, distorting the familiar scene into something monstrous, something alien. And there it was, in the middle of the table, an empty chair. It wasn't just empty, it felt occupied. A palpable sense of presence emanated from it, a chilling weight in the air, as if an invisible guest had just withdrawn, leaving behind an unsettling residue of their spectral form. The chair was perfectly positioned, a place setting arranged before it as if awaiting a diner. A pristine white napkin lay folded beside a silver fork and knife, gleaming faintly in the candlelight. A half-empty glass of wine stood nearby, the crimson liquid swirling gently, untouched. Lily gasped, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. Thomas, his face pale and drawn, stared at the chair, his usually defiant gaze replaced by an expression of profound unease. We all knew, instinctively, that this wasn't just an empty chair. This was something else entirely. Something unseen. The room felt colder, the air thick with a palpable sense of wrongness. The whispers, which had subsided momentarily, returned with renewed vigor, swirling around the empty chair like a vortex of tormented voices. They were louder now, more insistent, carrying a chilling undercurrent of malicious glee. It felt as if the unseen entity was reveling in our fear, feeding off our growing terror. It's Eleanor," Lily whispered, her voice trembling. The teddy bear she had clutched to her chest had fallen to the floor, forgotten. Her eyes, wide and haunted, fixed on the empty chair. The resemblance was uncanny. The way the chair sat, slightly tilted as if someone had just risen, the placement of the cutlery, mirroring the meticulous nature of Eleanor Thorne as depicted in the aged photograph. Even the half-empty wine glass felt symbolic, a spectral toast to a ghostly presence. The uncanny familiarity sent shivers down my spine. It felt as if the unseen entity deliberately set this stage, taunting us with its proximity. Thomas, struggling to regain his composure, rose slowly from his chair. His hand trembled as he reached for the wine glass, his movements hesitant, cautious, as if he feared disturbing some fragile, unseen equilibrium. He slowly lifted the glass, the crimson liquid catching the candlelight, swirling like trapped blood. "We need to find out what's happening," he said, his voice hoarse, the words strained and strained. The hollow emptiness in his eyes had deepened, replaced by a chilling determination. His usual stoicism had been replaced by a grim resolve, a desperate attempt to wrest control from the unseen forces that had ensnared us. The investigation began cautiously, almost reverently. We examined the chair, searching for any sign of the invisible occupant. We meticulously checked the place setting, the napkin, the wine glass, hoping for some tangible clue, a sign that could unravel the enigma of the empty chair. But there was nothing, save for the lingering chill and the ever-present whispers. The unease spread through the house like a creeping contagion. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a spectral footstep. Every whisper seemed to carry a hidden message. The air thrummed with unseen energy, the house now transformed into a haunted sanctuary, where the boundary between reality and the supernatural blurred into an unnerving, terrifying landscape. Days bled into nights, each one marked by growing dread and the relentless pursuit of the invisible presence. We scoured the house, looking for any sign of the entity that seemed to be connected to the empty chair, turning the rooms upside down, desperately seeking a clue that could explain this spectral intrusion. Each new discovery added another layer to the mystery, creating a tangled web of bizarre occurrences and perplexing phenomena. We discovered faded photographs tucked away in dusty attics, portraits of long-dead relatives, all with a disturbing similarity to each other, all bearing a haunting resemblance to the empty chair's unseen occupant. In the journals kept by our ancestors, we found cryptic entries detailing similar events, spectral encounters, and the chilling repetition of an empty chair's unnerving presence. It was like a chain of ghostly encounters, connecting generations through a shared, invisible presence. The whispers grew stronger, more malevolent, shaping the images from our past into distorted reflections, creating a haunted mirror where reality and nightmare intertwined. The house seemed to breathe with the entity's unseen presence, creating an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere that clung to us like a shroud. Every shadow seemed to contain a spectral figure, every creak a hidden message. One evening, as we sat huddled around the dining table, the empty chair still present, Lily began to speak in a voice that wasn't her own. Her words were guttural, ancient, echoing from a depth of time that extended far beyond our comprehension. It was Eleanor's voice, cold, desolate, and filled with an unbearable sorrow. The words were a chilling tale of betrayal, of a legacy of pain and vengeance that had woven itself into the fabric of our family history. The story was a terrifying tapestry of love, loss, and vengeance, a story of a woman wronged, a woman condemned to an eternal purgatory, trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead. She spoke of a tragic love affair, a violent betrayal, and a curse that had bound her to our family, to this house, to that haunting empty chair. It was a tale woven through generations of sorrow, a legacy of hidden secrets and unspoken traumas that had haunted our family, a hidden darkness slowly poisoning our minds and destinies. It was a warning, a plea, and a curse all rolled into one, whispered from the lips of a tormented spirit who clung to the earthly realm. Eleanor's voice was a chilling echo of the whispers that had plagued us, the fragmented phrases and sentences weaving a tapestry of fear, despair, and an enduring legacy of the Thorne family's dark history. We learned that the empty chair wasn't simply a manifestation of Eleanor's spectral presence, it was a conduit, a focal point for her tormented energy. She was bound to it, unable to fully move on, unable to find peace, until her unfinished business was resolved. Her unfinished business was us. Her past, her grief and her rage, were now our inheritance. The empty chair was not merely an empty chair, it was a haunting symbol of a family legacy, a reminder of the unseen forces that bound us to a terrifying past, a reminder that some wounds run deeper than mere skin, penetrating the very fabric of our minds and destinies. Our family history wasn't just a collection of memories, it was a living, breathing entity that threatened to consume us all. The investigation had morphed into something else entirely. It wasn't about uncovering a mystery, it was about confronting a legacy of inherited darkness, about facing the ghosts of our ancestors, and about making peace with the tormented soul that had haunted our family for generations. The fight was far from over. The empty chair remained, a chilling testament to the enduring nature of trauma, a constant reminder of the unseen forces that held our family captive. The whispers continued, a haunting prelude to a future that remained deeply uncertain. The weight of the unseen presence intensified. It wasn't just a feeling anymore, it was a suffocating pressure, a tangible entity pressing down on my chest, stealing the air from my lungs. The whispers, once a background hum of unease, now clawed at my ears, a chorus of disembodied voices whispering unintelligible threats. I felt watched, constantly observed by unseen eyes, even when alone in my room, the darkness beyond the windows seeming to pulse with a malevolent energy. One night, I awoke to the distinct sound of soft footsteps padding across the wooden floor above me. I lay rigid, heart hammering against my ribs, listening as the footsteps circled, slow and deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. They never approached my room, always maintaining a maddening distance, a constant, unnerving reminder of the unseen entity's proximity. The feeling was one of utter helplessness, of being trapped in a silent game of cat and mouse with something that existed outside the realm of comprehension. Sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. Even when my eyes closed, the images persisted, flickering behind my eyelids, the empty chair, the swirling crimson wine, Eleanor's mournful face superimposed over the flickering candlelight. The house itself seemed to shift and breathe around me, the familiar walls morphing into something sinister, something alien. I started to see things, fleeting shadows that darted from the corner of my eye, objects that moved inexplicably, sounds that couldn't be explained by any natural phenomenon. The once comforting familiarity of my surroundings had vanished, replaced by a constant, gnawing unease. The house was no longer a safe haven. It had become a prison, its walls closing in, its atmosphere saturated with dread. The once familiar rooms became distorted labyrinths, each corridor a potential hiding place for the unseen menace that stalked our every move. The silence was the most terrifying aspect of all, broken only by the occasional whisper or the creak of an unseen presence. It felt like the whole house was holding its breath, waiting, watching, and that was scarier than any shriek. Lily, too, suffered from the growing menace. She became withdrawn, spending most of her days huddled in her room, clutching her teddy bear, her eyes filled with a deep, unsettling fear. The vibrant little girl, full of life and laughter, was fading, replaced by a pale imitation, her light dimming under the suffocating weight of the unseen presence. Even Thomas, despite his outward stoicism, showed signs of strain. The darkness under his eyes deepened, and the sharp lines of worry etched themselves onto his face. He moved with a nervous energy, always scanning the surroundings, his senses heightened, forever anticipating the next inexplicable event. Our attempts to rationalize the events grew increasingly desperate. We checked the house for hidden cameras, for concealed microphones, for anything that could explain the seemingly supernatural occurrences. But there was nothing. No logical explanation could account for the shifting shadows, the whispering voices, the sense of being watched, or the overwhelming feeling of dread that seemed to cling to the very air we breathed. One day, while searching the attic, I stumbled upon a collection of old family letters, bound together by a faded ribbon. The letters revealed a dark, hidden history, detailing a series of bizarre events that mirrored our own experiences, whispers in the night, the chilling presence of an empty chair, and visions of a sorrowful woman who appeared and disappeared without explanation. The letters spoke of a curse, a family legacy of sorrow and pain, handed down from generation to generation. The letters described events that were eerily similar to what we were experiencing. It detailed incidents of unexplained occurrences, of possessions, of ghostly apparitions, the recurring image of an empty chair at the dining table, and how it seemed to have an active presence of someone being seated on it. A particularly chilling letter described the death of a young woman, Eleanor Thorne, who died under mysterious circumstances in the very house we now occupied. The letter hinted at betrayal, at a broken heart, and at a lingering resentment that continued to torment her even in death. It was a chilling tale that seemed almost too real to be fiction. It felt as though the words themselves carried the weight of Eleanor's grief. The descriptions matched our experience to a horrifying degree. It was as if the past, the family secrets, had become inexplicably present, a ghost story made real, a horror born from the past and perpetuated in the present, with us, its unwilling participants. The line between reality and nightmare blurred. Every creak, every whisper, every shadow was a potential sign of the unseen presence. The fear became pervasive, a constant companion that shadowed our every waking moment. The house itself felt like it was alive, breathing, pulsating with a malevolent energy that fed off our terror. The empty chair in the dining room became a symbol of our helplessness, a chilling testament to the power of the unseen, of the mysteries that lurk beyond the veil of our perceptions. One evening, as we sat around the dining table, the empty chair still looming between us, we noticed a new development in Lily's behavior. Her eyes seemed to be vacant, her responses delayed, and when she spoke, her voice had an unusual tone. It wasn't the same voice we were familiar with. It was a deeper, older voice, somehow ancient and hollow. The shift started subtle, a word here and there with an unexpected inflection, a pause at an unusual place in a sentence, until she spoke a word in a language none of us had ever heard before, a language that sounded ancient, eerie, and strangely familiar. The language filled the silence that had been filling the house with fear. Fear, mixed with a creeping dread, took hold of us all. It was as if the unseen presence had somehow invaded Lily's body and mind. This wasn't just a game of shadows and whispers anymore. It was something far more sinister, something that threatened to consume us entirely. The reality of the situation, the fact that our fears weren't mere figments of our imagination, sent shivers down our spines. The weight of the invisible presence increased, becoming a suffocating burden. The invisible presence, once a whisper in the darkness, had become a deafening roar. We were trapped, caught in a horrifying dance with the unseen, haunted by a legacy of sorrow and vengeance that transcended time and space. The empty chair was no longer just a piece of furniture. It was a gateway, a conduit, a chilling symbol of a family curse that we now found ourselves desperately fighting to break. The fight for our lives had begun, the fate of our sanity hanging precariously in the balance. The true horror was yet to come. The unseen presence was not simply observing, it was acting, manipulating, and slowly, inexorably, driving us to the brink of madness. The air grew heavy, thick with a silence that pressed against my eardrums like a physical weight. It wasn't the comfortable quiet of an empty house. This was a suffocating stillness, pregnant with unseen horrors. Lily's altered state gnawed at my sanity, the once familiar sound of her laughter replaced by a disturbing quietude, punctuated by unsettling whispers in that unknown tongue. Thomas, his face etched with exhaustion and a growing fear that mirrored my own, moved like a man walking on eggshells, his eyes darting nervously from shadow to shadow. Even the house seemed to participate in our collective unease, the floorboards groaning under an unseen weight, the wind whistling mournful dirges through unseen cracks. Sleep became a torturous mockery of rest. My dreams were saturated with the chilling image of the empty chair, its presence amplified tenfold in the surreal landscape of slumber. Eleanor's face, pale and sorrowful, haunted my dreams, her mournful eyes following my every move, her silent pleas echoing in the cavernous spaces of my subconscious. I would awaken in a cold sweat, heart pounding, the phantom weight of the invisible presence clinging to me like a shroud. During the day, the paranoia crept into my waking hours. Every creak, every rustle, every shadow cast by the shifting sunlight sent shivers down my spine. The ordinary sounds of the house, the ticking of the grandfather clock, the wind rattling the windows, the distant chirping of birds, took on a sinister quality, morphing into insidious whispers, cryptic warnings. I found myself constantly scanning my surroundings, searching for any sign of the unseen entity, my senses heightened to a fever pitch. My rationality began to fray at the edges. Was I losing my mind? Was this all a figment of my imagination, a manifestation of stress and exhaustion? The logical part of my brain screamed for a rational explanation, but the primal instinct of fear, the overwhelming sense of dread, drowned out the voice of reason. I started questioning everything I saw, everything I heard, every sensation that washed over me. Was that a shadow, or just a trick of the light? Was that a whisper, or simply the wind? Was I truly losing my grip on reality? One afternoon, while cleaning Lily's room, I discovered a small, worn wooden doll tucked away in the corner of her closet. The doll was strangely lifelike, its painted eyes staring blankly ahead, its tiny hands clasped tightly together. There was something disturbingly familiar about it. Its features seemed vaguely reminiscent of the sorrowful woman from my dreams, Eleanor Thorne. A cold dread settled in my stomach. I felt a primal fear, an instinctive revulsion. The doll seemed to pulse with a silent energy, radiating a chilling aura that sent a shiver down my spine. That night, I examined the old letters again, poring over the faded ink and the chilling descriptions. I found a passage that sent a fresh wave of icy fear through me. It described a ritual, a dark ceremony performed by a previous generation of the Thorne family, a ritual that was meant to appease the restless spirit of Eleanor, to bind her to the house forever. The details were disturbingly specific, the instructions meticulously described, painting a terrifying picture of a family steeped in dark secrets and occult practices. The ritual involved the use of a specific type of doll, a doll crafted from a particular type of wood, and imbued with a powerful charm. The description of the doll matched the one I had discovered in Lily's room perfectly. A wave of nausea washed over me. The realization hit me with brutal force. The doll wasn't just a child's toy, it was a conduit, a focal point for the unseen presence, a tool used to manipulate and control Lily. The escalating fear was no longer just a personal battle, it was a fight for Lily's soul. The line between reality and the supernatural blurred further as I noticed more unsettling coincidences. Objects would move on their own, doors would creak open and shut without explanation, and whispers in Lily's unknown language became more frequent, more insistent. They echoed through the house, weaving themselves into the fabric of reality, twisting the everyday into something nightmarish. The empty chair in the dining room seemed to loom larger, its emptiness more profound, its malevolent presence more tangible than ever before. The once familiar rooms of the house now felt alien, hostile. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, twisting into grotesque shapes, their malevolent presence palpable. The sounds of the house, once comforting, now served as a constant reminder of the unseen entity's presence. The silence itself pulsed with a sinister energy, a palpable tension that choked the breath from my lungs. I found myself relying on Thomas for support, our shared terror bonding us against the encroaching darkness. Yet, his usual stoicism was crumbling under the weight of our ordeal. The exhaustion in his eyes was etched deeper now, replaced with despair and defeat. One evening, as we were trying to coax a coherent sentence from Lily, her eyes rolled back, revealing the whites of her eyes. Then, a guttural whisper, barely audible but chilling nonetheless, slithered from her lips in the same unknown tongue. This time, I understood it, or rather, felt it, a chilling certainty of impending doom. The words conveyed a sense of impending catastrophe, a finality that froze the blood in my veins. The chilling premonition was both terrifying and undeniably real, cutting through the veil of fear and disbelief with brutal clarity. Our rational explanations crumbled, replaced by a raw, primal terror. This wasn't a curse, this was something far more insidious. It was an invasion, a possession of a kind we could scarcely comprehend. The unseen entity wasn't merely lurking in the shadows, it was actively manipulating, controlling, and slowly consuming the minds and bodies of those within its reach. The fear was no longer simply a response to the events, it was a weapon, used by the entity to erode our sanity, to break our wills. We were caught in a fight for not just our lives, but for our minds, our sanity, and very souls. The empty chair, a symbol of this haunting presence, remained a constant, chilling reminder of our helpless situation. The fight to reclaim our reality had just begun, the darkness surrounding us threatening to swallow us whole. The true horror had only just begun to unfold. The discovery of the doll, a chilling replica of the woman from my dreams, Eleanor Thorne, ignited a frantic search for answers. The old letters, previously dismissed as family eccentricities, now held a terrifying new significance. I spent days, nights blurring into a relentless cycle of fear and investigation, poring over the yellowed pages, deciphering the cryptic script, searching for a clue, a glimmer of hope in the encroaching darkness. The more I learned, the more I realized the terrifying truth that lay hidden within the walls of this cursed house. One passage, scrawled in a hurried, almost frantic hand, detailed a ritual, a macabre ceremony performed generations ago by the Thorn family. It spoke of appeasement, of binding a restless spirit to the very fabric of the house, a desperate attempt to contain a power far greater than they could ever comprehend. The ritual, as described in the brittle pages, involved the creation of a specific type of doll, carved from a rare, dark wood, imbued with a potent charm, a conduit to the spirit world. The description matched the doll I'd found in Lily's room perfectly. A sickening realization washed over me. The doll wasn't a child's toy, but a key, a gruesome instrument used to tether Eleanor Thorne's tormented soul to this world. The fear intensified, becoming a tangible entity, a chilling presence that clung to the back of my neck, prickling my skin with dread. The empty chair in the dining room, previously a symbol of unsettling quiet, now felt like a gaping maw, a physical manifestation of the unseen entity's power. It wasn't just an empty chair, it was an anchor, a point of contact between the living and the dead, between our reality and the terrifying realm that Eleanor Thorne inhabited. My research took me to the local historical society, a dusty repository of the town's forgotten past. I spent hours poring over ancient parish records, property deeds, and local newspaper archives, piecing together the fragmented history of the Thorne family and their disturbing legacy. I discovered that Eleanor Thorne had met a tragic end within the walls of this very house, a death shrouded in mystery and whispers of foul play, a death that had never been properly investigated. The local gossip, passed down through generations, spoke of a family cursed, haunted by a tormented soul, perpetually bound to the house by an ancient ritual gone wrong. The more I delved into the Thorne family's history, the more unsettling the details became. The record spoke of a family consumed by dark secrets, plagued by strange occurrences, and marked by a pervasive sense of dread. Generations of Thorns had lived and died within these walls, each generation seemingly grappling with the same inexplicable phenomena, the same chilling presence. It was as if the house itself had become a vessel for a malevolent force, a conduit for the unspeakable horrors that lay hidden within its aged timbers. The ritual, I learned, was meant to ensure Eleanor Thorne's eternal confinement, to prevent her restless spirit from escaping the house. But it had backfired, twisting and warping the original intention into something far more sinister. Instead of binding her to the house, the ritual had inadvertently empowered her, transforming her into a malevolent force that fed upon the living, twisting their minds and consuming their sanity. I found evidence of failed attempts to break the curse, desperate measures undertaken by previous generations of the Thorne family. They'd consulted mediums, priests, and exorcists, all to no avail. The entity was too powerful, too deeply entrenched within the fabric of the house. It had become one with the very structure, its malevolent presence woven into the mortar and wood, the wallpaper and the floorboards. Each attempt only seemed to strengthen its hold, fueling its insidious power, amplifying its presence. The history of the house was a chilling testament to the futility of their efforts, a stark warning of the horrors that awaited us. The rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock seemed to mock my frantic search, each second a relentless reminder of the time slipping away. The once familiar sounds of the house had morphed into a constant soundtrack of dread, the creaks and groans of the old timbers echoing the desperate pleas of countless victims trapped within the house's ghastly grip. One evening, while reviewing an old photograph, a detail jumped out at me. In the background, a blurred figure stood near the empty chair in the dining room. Upon closer inspection, I realized the figure bore a striking resemblance to Eleanor Thorne, her sorrowful face barely visible yet unmistakable. The photograph was taken decades before Lily's birth. It meant the presence wasn't tied to Lily. It had been here all along, silently waiting, biding its time, choosing its victims carefully. The empty chair wasn't just a piece of furniture, it was a focal point, a nexus of dark energy. It was where Eleanor Thorne manifested, where her presence was strongest, where she exerted her power over those within her reach. The invisible presence wasn't simply haunting the house, it was actively manipulating the living, using the chair as a conduit to exert its malevolent influence. As I delved deeper into the history, I understood the significance of the whispers in the unknown tongue. They weren't random sounds, they were a language of power, of ancient incantations and dark rituals. Lily wasn't merely possessed, she was being used, manipulated, her innocent mind twisted and contorted to serve as a vessel for Eleanor Thorne's malevolent will. The discovery of the truth brought a strange mix of fear and a grim determination. The escalating events were no longer random occurrences, but meticulously orchestrated actions by a powerful, malevolent entity. The fight for Lily's soul was now a fight against an ancient evil, a battle against a force entrenched in the very fabric of the house, a battle against Eleanor Thorne's relentless grip. The knowledge was a chilling burden, a weight that pressed down on me, threatening to crush me beneath its oppressive gravity. But with it came a flicker of hope. Understanding the enemy, knowing its weaknesses, was the first step towards confronting it. The battle ahead was daunting, but we now had a fighting chance. The empty chair still loomed, a constant, chilling reminder of the terror that lurked within our walls, but it was no longer just a symbol of fear, but also a target. We knew where the enemy was, and now we had to figure out how to defeat it. The fight for Lily, for our sanity, and for our very souls, was far from over, but we were armed with knowledge, and that, in this suffocating darkness, was a powerful weapon. The true horror, the final confrontation, was yet to come. The weight of the Thorne family's dark legacy pressed down on me, a suffocating blanket woven from centuries of sorrow and unspeakable acts. The Historical Society's archives yielded a trove of information, each document a chilling piece and a horrifying puzzle. Eleanor Thorne's death certificate, dated 1888, listed the cause as unknown, a stark understatement given the whispers that followed the event. Newspaper clippings from the era detailed a socialite's disappearance, rumors of a seance gone wrong, and hushed conversations about a family consumed by grief and paranoia. The official narrative was thin, a flimsy veil draped over a terrifying truth. One brittle photograph, tucked away in a forgotten folder, showed a gathering of the Thorne family in the very dining room where Lily now slept, seemingly unaware of the spectral presence that haunted her dreams. The image was grainy and faded, but the details were chillingly clear. In the center of the photograph was the empty chair, an ominous void in the midst of formally dressed figures. But it was the woman standing behind the chair that stole my breath. She resembled the woman from my dreams, Eleanor Thorne, her face pale, her eyes wide with an unsettling mixture of sorrow and rage. The image was undeniable proof of her lingering presence, confirming my worst fears. Further research revealed the horrifying details of Eleanor's demise. She hadn't simply died, she had been murdered. The official records were vague, but fragmented accounts suggested a struggle, a desperate fight for survival, and a brutal ending within the very confines of the house. The killer was never found, the case dismissed as a tragic accident, but the whispers persisted, fueled by the Thorne family's desperate attempts to bury the truth. The whispers, I now understood, were not just sounds but fragments of Eleanor's tormented soul, a desperate cry for justice echoing through the years. They were not random, they followed patterns, escalating in intensity, mirroring the escalation of Lily's unsettling behaviors. They were a language of pain, of betrayal, and of unresolved rage. Lily wasn't simply a victim, she was a conduit, a vessel through which Eleanor's tormented spirit sought retribution. The ritual, as described in the old letters, was a desperate attempt to bind Eleanor's soul to the house, to prevent her from escaping her earthly prison. But the ritual had failed. It had instead amplified her power, transforming her into a vengeful entity, her suffering fueling her malevolent existence. The doll, the key to her imprisonment, had become a tool for her torment, a conduit through which she manipulated those around her, feeding off their fear and despair. The chilling realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Eleanor wasn't merely haunting the house, she was inhabiting it, her essence woven into the very fabric of the structure. She was the house. The house was her. The whispers, the shadows, the unsettling cold, all manifestations of her rage, her grief, her unending torment. The tragic irony wasn't lost on me. The Thorn family, in their desperate attempt to contain a vengeful spirit, had inadvertently created a monster. Their fear had fueled her power, their secrecy had perpetuated her suffering, and their attempts at containment had only served to strengthen her hold on the house, on Lily, and on our very lives. The empty chair in the dining room wasn't just a piece of furniture, it was the epicenter of her power, the point where her essence manifested most strongly. It was a focal point, a nexus of dark energy, a conduit through which she reached out to the living, manipulating their minds and twisting their perceptions. The chair wasn't empty, it was occupied, though not by a physical being. It was filled with Eleanor Thorne's malevolent presence, a palpable weight of sorrow and rage. The pattern of events became terrifyingly clear. The whispers, the escalating disturbances, Lily's deteriorating mental state, all were meticulously orchestrated acts by Eleanor, a calculated campaign of terror designed to break us, to consume us. She was patiently waiting, watching, feeding on our fear, her power growing with each passing day. The ritual hadn't failed, it had succeeded beyond the family's wildest nightmares. The old letters spoke of a specific weakness, a chink in Eleanor's malevolent armor. They referred to a sacred object, a family heirloom passed down through generations, said to have the power to sever the bond between Eleanor and the house. A small, silver locket, engraved with an ancient symbol, was said to hold the key to breaking the curse. But the locket was missing, lost to time and tragedy, perhaps stolen, perhaps deliberately hidden, a critical piece of the puzzle that remained elusive. The realization struck me with icy dread. We weren't just fighting a ghost, we were battling a centuries-old malevolence that had infiltrated the very foundation of our existence. This wasn't a simple haunting, it was a full-scale invasion, a psychological assault that threatened to shatter our minds and consume our souls. The grandfather clock ticked away the seconds, each chime a grim reminder of the time slipping away. The house creaked and groaned, the sounds morphing into a chilling symphony of Eleanor's anguish and our mounting despair. The weight of the situation bore down on me, crushing me beneath its oppressive weight. The fight for Lily's soul, for our sanity, and for our very lives was a battle against an ancient evil, a confrontation with a force far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. The empty chair remained a constant, chilling reminder of the threat that lurked within our walls. But it was no longer a symbol of fear alone, it was now a focal point, a target. We knew where the enemy was, we just had to find the means to defeat her. The discovery of Eleanor's tragic fate, the revelation of her relentless pursuit of vengeance, had unveiled the true horror of our predicament. But with knowledge came a flicker of hope. We had to find the locket, to understand the ancient symbol it bore, and to use its power to break the curse that bound Eleanor to this house, to Lily, and to our shattered lives. The battle was far from over, in fact, it had just begun. The true horror was yet to come. Story 4, The Shifting Sands. The sun, a malevolent eye in the brassy sky, beat down upon us, baking the already cracked earth to a shimmering, almost hallucinatory, haze. Sand, fine as powdered bone, shifted ceaselessly around our feet, a restless ocean of ochre and rust. Each step was an effort, each breath a struggle against the oppressive heat and the suffocating silence of the desert. Beside me, Silas, his face etched with the lines of sun and hardship, trudged on with a grim determination that mirrored my own. We had been traveling for days, our journey a torturous pilgrimage across this unforgiving landscape, guided only by a tattered map and a desperate hope. The map, a relic from a bygone era, was barely legible, its ink faded and cracked, the paper brittle with age. It spoke of ancient routes, forgotten oases, and perilous passages through shifting sands, a labyrinthine maze etched in the heart of the desert. But the map was more than just a guide. It was a cryptic riddle, each symbol a clue in a puzzle that seemed destined to remain unsolved. It hinted at a power, a force ancient and malevolent, one that permeated this desolate expanse, warping reality itself. The desert, I began to realize, was not merely a physical landscape but a crucible of the mind, a place where perception fractured and the boundaries between sanity and madness blurred. The endless expanse of sand, the hypnotic rhythm of the wind, the relentless sun, they all worked in concert to unravel the fabric of our reality. Mirages danced on the horizon, mocking us with promises of water and respite, only to vanish as we approached. Shadows stretched and twisted into grotesque shapes, whispering illusions in the silence. The very air itself seemed to hum with a sinister energy, an unseen presence that gnawed at our minds, feeding on our desperation. Silas, ever pragmatic, attributed these phenomena to dehydration and the strain of the journey. But I knew, deep down, that something more sinister was at play. The unsettling shift in the landscape, the way the sand seemed to move and breathe around us, the spectral sounds carried on the wind, these were not mere tricks of the light or the effects of fatigue. The desert was alive, and it was watching us. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and bruised purple, we stumbled upon a ruin. Not the ruins of a forgotten city, as the map suggested, but the remnants of a solitary dwelling, half buried in the sand, its skeletal frame gnawing at the edge of the vastness. The stone walls were bleached white by the sun, eroded and crumbling, as if consumed by some unseen force. A lone, twisted tree stood sentinel nearby, its branches skeletal fingers reaching out to the unforgiving sky. As we approached, a chilling wind stirred the sand around us, forming ephemeral patterns that seemed to writhe and pulse before our eyes. The air grew thick, heavy with a palpable sense of dread, and the silence was broken only by the rasping of our own breaths and the whispers of the wind. Silas hesitated, his hand instinctively reaching for the ancient dagger at his hip. But there was an unsettling stillness in him that extended beyond fear. It was as if the desert had drained the fight from him, leaving behind only a shell of its former strength. It was a disquieting sight, this slow suffocation of his will, a creeping paralysis that mirrored my own growing apprehension. The ruin itself was a terrifying spectacle. Inside, the walls were covered in strange symbols, crude yet powerful, etched deep into the stone. The symbols, unlike anything I had ever seen, seemed to pulsate with a faint, internal light, their meanings both obscured and terrifyingly clear. They spoke of sacrifice, of ritual, and of a power that transcended our understanding, a force that twisted the very fabric of reality. Among the debris, we found a skull, half buried in the sand, its eye sockets gazing up at the vastness of the desert. The skull was not ancient, it was relatively recent, the bones still white and pristine. Around its neck, a crude necklace of human teeth hung limply. A chill ran through me, a cold so deep it seemed to originate not from the desert, but from something far more ancient and terrifying. We had stumbled upon a place of sacrifice, a place where the desert's malevolent power had been summoned and unleashed. That night, the desert became a living nightmare. The sand seemed to writhe and churn, forming grotesque shapes that danced around our campfire, casting long, writhing shadows that played tricks on our senses. The wind howled like a banshee, carrying whispers that echoed our deepest fears. The stars, once comforting beacons in the vastness, seemed to mock us with their indifference, their cold light indifferent to our plight. Silas, his eyes wide with a primal terror, spoke of visions, fleeting images of twisted figures and shadowy rituals that danced at the edge of his perception. I too felt the presence of something else in the desolate expanse, an ancient entity bound to the earth, its power pulsing through the sand and wind. It wasn't just the desert, it was something inhabiting the space, a consciousness that extended beyond our understanding of the physical. This was no mere desolate plain. This was an entity, woven into the fabric of the sands, a sentient and malevolent force bound to this desolate expanse. It was as if the land itself harbored a sinister intelligence, a darkness that resonated deep within our souls. The next morning, the landscape had changed. The ruin was gone, swallowed by the shifting sands, erased from reality as if it had never existed. The desert had reclaimed its territory, and our only clue to its malevolence was the lingering, disquieting certainty of its presence. The map, too, felt different, as if the desert itself had whispered upon its faded symbols, changing their meaning, further obscuring the path ahead. The journey continued, not just a physical traversal across the barren land, but a descent into the heart of our own fears, a journey into the unknown where the shifting sands were only a reflection of the shifting sands of our own sanity. The unrelenting sun beat down, as if seeking to burn our very souls, and the silence was deafening. Yet, amidst the desolation, a chilling certainty emerged. We were not alone, and the true horror of the desert was yet to be revealed. The subtle shifts in the landscape weren't accidental, they were deliberate, an eerie dance performed by a malevolent force that played upon our minds, twisting our perception of reality. The sand, itself, felt alive, a sentient substance that responded to our every move, whispering secrets in the wind. We pressed onward, driven by an unseen force as powerful as the desert itself. The map, now more of a prophecy than a guide, seemed to lead us not to a destination, but to a confrontation with something far more terrifying than the desert itself. Each step was a descent deeper into the heart of madness, the shifting sands a constant reminder of the precarious nature of our reality, and the ever-present feeling of being watched, of being hunted, a cold, creeping dread that clung to us like the desert dust. The sun, a relentless tormentor, beat down upon us, its rays seemingly imbued with a malevolent energy, furthering the disorientation and the creeping feeling of being watched. The silence, once merely oppressive, now pulsed with an unseen presence, a whispering dread that permeated everything. The sun, a molten disk in the bleached sky, seemed to amplify the desert's oppressive silence. Each grain of sand, magnified by the heat haze, resembled a tiny shard of glass, reflecting the blinding light and distorting the already fractured landscape. We were adrift, not just in the physical desert, but in a sea of disorientation, the line between mirage and reality dissolving with each passing hour. The map, once our sole guide, now felt like a cruel joke, its cryptic symbols mocking our desperate search for meaning. Silas, his face a mask of exhaustion and growing despair, stumbled, his hand instinctively reaching out to steady himself against the shimmering air. He shook his head, muttering something unintelligible, his voice barely audible above the whispering wind. His eyes, usually sharp and alert, held a vacant stare, mirroring the desolate emptiness of the surrounding landscape. His pragmatic resilience, the anchor of our journey, was fading, replaced by a chilling resignation. The desert was winning. The mirages, once tantalizing illusions, now felt like insidious attacks, a cruel mockery of our dwindling hope. A shimmering lake would materialize on the horizon, only to dissolve into the endless expanse of sand as we approached. Lush green oases, vibrant and inviting, would appear, their promises of cool water and shade dissolving into a cruel illusion. Even the shadows, once a refuge from the unrelenting sun, had begun to take on a life of their own, stretching and twisting into grotesque shapes, mimicking the forms of long-dead creatures, their silent movements adding to the psychological torment. Days bled into nights, each cycle bringing new and terrifying manifestations of the desert's insidious power. The stars, once a comfort in the vastness, felt increasingly malevolent, their cold light an indifferent witness to our slow disintegration. The silence, too, was alive, a heavy blanket that stifled our voices, suffocating our hope, its absence replaced with a constant, low hum that vibrated deep within our bones. It wasn't simply the lack of sound, it was a silence teeming with an unseen presence, a malevolent energy that seeped into our minds, eroding our sense of self. One night, as we huddled around a meager fire, Silas started screaming. Not a cry of pain or fear, but a prolonged, guttural shriek that ripped through the silence, a sound so raw and primal it seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. He was clutching his head, his eyes rolled back, his body convulsing. I tried to reach him, but a force, unseen yet undeniably powerful, held me back, pinning me to the spot, as if the desert itself was protecting its secrets. His screams faded into a low moan, and then silence. When I finally reached him, his eyes were vacant, his body limp. The desert had claimed another victim. The next day, the landscape shifted again. The familiar landmarks had vanished, replaced by a different configuration of dunes, as if the very earth was playing a cruel game of hide-and-seek with our sanity. The path we had followed the day before was gone, swallowed by the shifting sands, erased as if it had never existed. Our sense of direction was lost, and with it, our sense of purpose. The map became increasingly unreadable, its symbols shifting and morphing before our eyes, their meaning obscured by a sinister, ethereal hand. The desert was no longer merely a physical obstacle, it was a manipulative entity, playing with our minds, twisting our perceptions to its own nefarious ends. The sun, now a constant, burning presence, beat down upon us, further exacerbating our confusion and dehydration. The mirages became more frequent, more convincing, and more terrifying. Sometimes, I would see familiar faces among the shimmering heat, loved ones long lost, their spectral forms a haunting reminder of what we had left behind. Their voices would whisper, promising respite, urging us towards a false horizon, a destination that dissolved into nothingness the moment we approached. The air itself seemed to shimmer, creating distortions, echoes, and hallucinations, feeding off our fears. Sounds warped and morphed, mimicking voices, whispering secrets into our minds. The sand, itself, felt like it was breathing, its surfaces subtly rippling even when there was no discernible wind. Each ripple felt like a deliberate manipulation, a silent message from an unseen consciousness. The ground beneath our feet felt unstable, as if the entire desert was poised to swallow us whole. Hunger gnawed at our bellies, and thirst parched our throats, adding to the growing sense of despair. But worse than the physical torment was the psychological attack, the insidious manipulation of our minds. We were losing our grip on reality, our perceptions warped by the constant onslaught of illusions. Days turned into a blur of sun-drenched hallucinations and nightmarish visions. We were no longer simply traversing a desert, we were battling an unseen entity that inhabited the very landscape, an ancient malevolent force that fed on our fear, our desperation, and our slowly fading sanity. Each step was a gamble, a descent deeper into a nightmare from which there seemed no escape. The final mirage, a shimmering oasis of unbelievable beauty, presented itself as our last hope. It was a temptation, a siren's call that beckoned us toward an oblivion where the boundaries of reality and hallucination would finally collapse. It was clear, undeniably so, that this vision held no truth, yet our exhausted minds yearned for its deceptive promise of respite. As we stumbled towards it, Silas, his body ravaged by exhaustion and thirst, collapsed, his last breath whispering into the wind, his spirit consumed by the desert's relentless hunger. I was alone, facing the final, terrifying test. The mirage flickered, inviting me closer, offering a path to what felt like ultimate peace. But as I stared at the deceptive shimmer, I began to see the truth, the stark, undeniable reality that the oasis was a trap. There was no respite, no salvation, only the desert's unrelenting will and the slow, inexorable erosion of my own sanity. The shifting sands of the desert were only a pale reflection of the even more terrifying shifting sands within my own mind, blurring the line between what was real and what was nothing but a fabrication of my despairing soul. The desert's victory was absolute. The sun beat down relentlessly, its heat a physical manifestation of the growing unease that coiled in my gut. The desert, once merely a hostile environment, had become a psychological battlefield, its shifting sands mirroring the erosion of my own sanity. Silas was gone, swallowed by the desert, but the solitude was far more agonizing than the shared despair we'd known. The silence, now broken only by the rasp of my own ragged breath, pressed down with the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. Doubt, an insidious tendril, began to weave its way through my thoughts. Had Silas truly succumbed to the desert's harsh reality, or had something else, something more sinister, claimed him? The memories of his screams, his contorted face, played on a loop in my mind, each replay subtly altered, more monstrous than the last. Had I imagined it all? Was I already losing my mind, succumbing to the same fate as my companion? Paranoia became my constant companion, a spectral figure lurking in the periphery of my awareness. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every ripple in the sand a deliberate manipulation. The whispering wind carried not just the hiss of the desert, but voices, barely audible, yet laden with accusations and warnings. Were they my own fears given voice, or were they the whispers of something else, something ancient and malevolent, burrowing its way into my very being? The map, now more a relic of a bygone sanity than a guide, offered no solace. Its symbols, once familiar, had become indecipherable, twisting and morphing before my eyes, their meaning elusive, mocking my desperate attempts to comprehend them. The lines blurred, the edges of the drawn path indistinct, the very concept of direction dissolving into a meaningless chaos. The desert seemed to intentionally contort its appearance, playing with perspective and depth, making navigation an exercise in utter futility. Was this a geographical anomaly, or a deliberate manipulation of my vision? Even the stars, once beacons of hope in the vastness, now seemed to conspire against me. Their cold, distant light felt like a judgment, an indifferent gaze upon my descent into madness. They pulsed and shimmered, their patterns shifting, seeming to form malevolent eyes that watched my every move, tracking my slow slide into despair. Were they constellations, or malevolent eyes silently judging my descent into the abyss? The hallucinations intensified, each one more vivid, more terrifying than the last. Silas's form would appear momentarily at the edge of my vision, beckoning me onward, his spectral face a mask of both sorrow and accusation. Sometimes, other familiar faces emerged, my family, friends, long-lost acquaintances, their features blurry and indistinct, their voices muffled whispers urging me toward unknown destinations, promising escape from the crushing reality of my situation. Were these glimpses of a fading past, or carefully crafted illusions designed to lure me to my doom? Hunger and thirst gnawed at my body, but the mental torment was far more debilitating. My mind, once a fortress of logic and reason, crumbled under the relentless assault of the desert's insidious influence. The line between reality and illusion became increasingly blurred, the very fabric of my perception unraveling thread by thread. Every grain of sand seemed imbued with an intent, every wind a silent message from a consciousness beyond human comprehension. Days bled into nights, punctuated only by fleeting periods of lucidity, moments of sharp, terrifying clarity when the illusion would crack, leaving me with a glimpse of the terrifying reality, a terrifying confirmation of my impending demise. These moments were as agonizing as the hallucinations themselves, for in those moments of clarity, the vastness of my isolation became fully apparent. The solitude was not simply physical, but spiritual, a complete and utter separation from everything I'd ever known, a horrifying disconnect that threatened to shatter my very being. The fear of dying, once a fear of physical oblivion, became a fear of total, incomprehensible nothingness. One evening, amidst a storm of swirling sand and distorted shadows, I stumbled upon a small, weathered stone, etched with an unfamiliar symbol. It was a glyph I'd seen before, somewhere, yet the origin remained elusive, veiled in the mists of my fading memories. Did this symbol hold a key to escape, or was it another piece of the puzzle designed to lead me further astray? My mind, exhausted and fractured, could not distinguish between hope and despair, between salvation and damnation. The doubt intensified, a crushing weight that threatened to extinguish the last embers of my hope. Was I simply hallucinating? Was the desert a catalyst for my own mental breakdown, or was it something far more sinister, something that preyed on the human psyche, twisting and manipulating perceptions to its own nefarious ends? The desert's power lay not just in its ability to physically destroy, but in its power to erode the very essence of human sanity, leaving behind a husk of what once was. As the days continued, I began to question my actions, my very existence. Every decision, every movement, seemed shadowed by a doubt so profound that it threatened to paralyze me. Was I indeed alone? Had I been all along? Or was there an unseen presence, guiding my movements, manipulating my actions, leading me toward an inevitable, horrifying conclusion? The sun, a relentless tormentor, continued its relentless assault. The shifting sands shifted yet again, erasing any semblance of familiarity. Even the sky appeared to change color, the hues swirling and morphing, creating an atmosphere of unease and dread. Was I experiencing a geographical anomaly, or was it a hallucination born out of my own desperation and fear? The final illusion manifested as Silas himself, standing amidst the shimmering heat, his face a mixture of remorse and regret. He beckoned me to join him, his voice a whisper lost in the wind. But I was wary now, distrustful of every whisper, every image that appeared before my eyes. The illusion dissolved and I was alone again. The cruel realization dawned that if I was to survive, I could only rely on myself. My sanity was the only weapon left in my arsenal. The true battle, I knew, was not against the desert, but against the insidious whisperings of my own fractured mind, and the terrifying uncertainty of what was real. The shifting sands of the desert were merely a mirror reflecting the even more treacherous landscape within my own mind. The struggle for survival had become a terrifying battle for sanity itself. The sun, a malevolent eye in the bleached sky, beat down relentlessly. My throat felt like sandpaper, each swallow a painful rasp. The water, precious and dwindling, offered only temporary respite, a fleeting moment of coolness before the burning thirst returned with renewed ferocity. Exhaustion clung to me like a shroud, weighing down my limbs, blurring my vision. The desert, in its pitiless indifference, seemed to revel in my suffering. I stumbled onward, driven by a primal instinct for survival, yet haunted by a growing sense of futility. The landscape, a monotonous expanse of shifting sand dunes, offered no landmarks, no solace, no escape. Every step was a battle against the crushing weight of the elements, against the insidious erosion of hope. My body screamed in protest, but my will, though frayed, remained unbroken. Or so I told myself. The hallucinations continued, a relentless onslaught of distorted images and fragmented memories. Faces flickered at the edge of my vision, loved ones, strangers, figures from a past I could no longer fully grasp. Their voices, like whispers on the wind, offered promises of salvation, of escape, only to dissolve into the oppressive silence of the desert. Were they remnants of my sanity clinging desperately to life, or the insidious machinations of a malevolent force, playing with my mind? One such apparition, however, felt different. It appeared not as a fleeting phantom, but a persistent, almost tangible presence. It was Silas, his form as gaunt and ravaged as the landscape itself. But in his eyes, there was a strange clarity, a chilling awareness that seemed to pierce through the veil of my own mental fraying. He didn't beckon me, nor did he utter words of comfort. He simply stood there, a silent testament to the desert's power, a grim harbinger of my own inevitable fate. The image faded, leaving behind a cold dread that seeped into my very bones. The struggle was not just against the physical elements, it was a battle against my own mind, a desperate fight to maintain a fragile grip on sanity. Doubt, that insidious serpent, coiled ever tighter, whispering insidious questions in my ears. Was I truly alone? Or was there something else out there, something unseen, something malevolent, manipulating my perceptions, orchestrating my slow descent into madness? The line between reality and illusion had completely blurred. I could no longer discern the difference between the tangible and the imagined. The desert was no longer just a desolate wasteland. It had become a reflection of my own fractured psyche, a terrifying mirror reflecting the disintegration of my inner world. The nights were worse than the days. The oppressive silence was punctuated only by the ghostly whisper of the wind and the unsettling creak of the sand under my weight. The stars, distant and cold, offered no comfort, no guidance, only a silent judgment upon my desperate struggle. The darkness was alive with imagined movement and whispered threats. Every shadow seemed sentient, every rustle in the sand a harbinger of unseen horrors. Sleep offered no escape. My dreams were a continuation of the waking nightmare, a horrific cycle of distorted images and paralyzing dread. Paranoia became my constant companion. I began to see enemies in every shadow, threats in every ripple in the sand. Even the gentle sway of the desert plants became a menacing gesture. The simplest tasks, finding water, seeking shelter, transformed into agonizing ordeals fraught with potential dangers and unexpected threats. My senses, already strained, became hypersensitive, amplifying every sound and every movement into a potential sign of imminent danger. Hunger and thirst gnawed at my physical being, but the mental torment was far greater. The erosion of my sanity was a slow, agonizing process, a gradual dismantling of my thoughts, my perceptions, my very sense of self. Each hallucination was a blow, each moment of clarity a searing reminder of my precarious situation. The weight of isolation was heavier than any physical burden, leaving me stranded in an expanse of desolate emptiness, both physical and spiritual. My hope, once a flickering candle, was now reduced to a mere ember, threatening to extinguish entirely. Yet, even as darkness threatened to swallow me whole, there remained a spark of defiance. A stubborn refusal to surrender to the desert's malevolent grasp. The will to live, though battered and bruised, still flickered within me, fueling my relentless struggle against the odds. I pressed onward, driven not by hope, but by sheer, unyielding desperation, a refusal to accept the horrifying possibility of my own demise. Days turned into a blur of exhaustion, hallucinations, and desperate searches for sustenance and water. The line between reality and illusion became so faint it was impossible to distinguish one from the other. Was I hallucinating, or was the desert itself alive, sentient, deliberately leading me astray? Each sunrise was a cruel reminder of my continuing ordeal, each sunset a haunting spectacle of deepening despair. My mind, once my greatest ally, was now my greatest enemy. The insidious whispers of paranoia and doubt, once a faint murmur, were now a deafening roar. But amidst the chaos, there were moments of clarity, fleeting glimpses of lucidity, like brief respites in a relentless storm. In these moments, I clung to the fragments of my sanity, refusing to allow the desert to completely consume me. I clung to the memory of my life before the desert, to the loved ones I had left behind, to the life I still stubbornly refused to let go of. The struggle continued, a relentless battle against the relentless assault of the elements and the equally relentless attacks on my mind. The desert was not merely a hostile environment, it was a living entity, a malevolent force that fed on fear and despair. My survival depended not just on finding my way out, but on maintaining my grip on reality, on clinging to the last vestiges of my sanity amidst the encroaching darkness. The shifting sands were a mirror, reflecting not only the landscape outside, but the terrifying turmoil within. And in that endless struggle, in that fight for survival, the true battle was fought not against the desert, but against myself. The desperate fight to stay sane, to hold on to the last threads of my sanity, continued, a battle that would ultimately decide my fate. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and bruised purple, a macabre spectacle that offered no comfort. The chill of the desert night descended swiftly, a stark contrast to the day's scorching heat. My body, already weakened by hunger and thirst, trembled with the cold, each shiver a reminder of my precarious state. The sand, no longer a burning torment, became a cold, unforgiving surface, its fine grain seeping into every crevice of my clothing, clinging to my skin like icy tendrils. Silas remained. Not as a fleeting hallucination this time, but a tangible presence beside me, his emaciated form barely visible in the fading light. He didn't speak, didn't offer a hand, didn't even look at me. His presence was a silent condemnation, a stark representation of my own impending doom. He was a mirror reflecting my own fragility, a visual testament to the desert's inexorable power. The silence between us was thick, heavy, punctuated only by the whisper of the wind, the creak of shifting sand, and the relentless pounding of my own heart. I tried to speak, to break the oppressive silence, but my voice caught in my throat, a strangled gasp that was swallowed by the vast emptiness of the desert night. The words died before they could form, lost in the suffocating weight of despair. My gaze drifted to Silas's hand, a skeletal claw wrapped around something that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. As I approached, my eyes strained to discern the object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It pulsed with a faint, ethereal light, emanating a warmth that was both comforting and unsettling. I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the cool, smooth wood. The box opened with a soft click, revealing not treasure, but a mirror. Not an ordinary mirror, but a swirling vortex of shifting colors and distorted reflections. I saw myself in it, but not the me that had started this journey. I saw gaunt, broken, a mere ghost of my former self. And beside that reflection, a figure I recognized from the nightmares, a twisted parody of myself, malevolent and triumphant. Fear, sharp and cold, pierced the numbness that had settled over me. The mirror wasn't reflecting my image, it was showing a possible future, a terrifying glimpse into the abyss of my potential demise. It was a warning, a chilling premonition of the fate that awaited me if I faltered. The night wore on. I didn't sleep. Sleep was a luxury I could no longer afford. The hallucinations continued, each more disturbing than the last. The line between reality and delusion blurred even further, the two intertwining until they were inseparable. I saw things move in the shadows, heard voices whispering my name in the wind, felt phantom touches on my skin. My mind became a battleground, a war zone where sanity and madness clashed in a chaotic struggle for dominance. The desert seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, the sand itself alive and shifting under my weary feet. I stumbled through the darkness, my senses strained, my mind fractured, propelled only by the relentless urge to survive. But my survival was becoming increasingly uncertain, a question mark hanging heavy in the suffocating night air. The rising sun brought no relief, only the harsh reality of another day spent battling the relentless desert. My water supply was almost gone, my body weak and aching. The hallucinations continued unabated, the line between reality and fiction dissolving into a chaotic vortex. I saw faces, loved ones, strangers, and the horrific visage of my doppelganger from the mirror, flickering at the edges of my vision, taunting me with false promises and menacing threats. Days bled into nights, the cycle of relentless heat and cold punctuated by the constant torment of my own mind. My thoughts were fragmented, my memories fading, my sense of self dissolving into the suffocating vastness of the desert. Hope, that fragile ember, dwindled with each passing hour, threatening to extinguish completely, leaving me adrift in a sea of despair. Then, a flicker of movement in the distance. A mirage? A hallucination? Or something more? My heart pounded in my chest, a wild drumbeat against the silence of the desert. I squinted, straining my eyes to pierce the shimmering heat haze. It was faint, but undeniable, a shape, dark and indistinct, moving slowly across the horizon. Hope, almost extinguished, flared anew, a tentative spark in the vast darkness. Could it be salvation? Or a new and even more terrifying threat? The uncertainty was agonizing. My mind raced, the desperation driving me onward. I pressed on, my weakened body propelled by a renewed, if fragile, determination. Was this the end? The beginning of a new, horrifying chapter? Or a chance for redemption? The desert kept its secrets close, its sands shifting and concealing the truth. My fate hung in the balance, a fragile thread suspended between life and death. The uncertainty was absolute, a chilling testament to the desert's overwhelming power and the fragility of human existence in the face of such unforgiving desolation. The relentless sun beat down, the sand shifted endlessly, and I walked onward, my uncertain fate veiled by the shifting sands. My survival a desperate gamble against the cruel caprice of nature and the insidious whisperings of my own fractured mind. The finality of the desert's embrace, the ultimate question of survival, remained unanswered, hanging heavy in the air like the oppressive heat itself. My steps faltered, my legs threatened to buckle beneath me, but the image of that shifting form on the horizon propelled me forward. Was it an illusion, a cruel trick of the light in my exhausted mind? Or was it a sign, a glimmer of hope in this endless sea of despair? The desert offered no answers, only the relentless, rhythmic whisper of the wind and the ceaseless shifting of the sand. Each grain a tiny, individual testament to the immensity of the landscape, each dune a silent monument to the countless lives lost to its relentless embrace. The sun beat down relentlessly, its rays reflecting off the blinding expanse of white sand, creating a shimmering, illusory landscape that mocked my weakened senses. My tongue felt like sandpaper, my throat burning with an insatiable thirst. My vision blurred, objects shifting and wavering like heat-induced mirages. The distance seemed endless, the journey never ending, the goal an unattainable dream. Yet, I pressed on, driven not by hope, but by a primal, instinctive will to survive. The will to live, a stubborn flame flickering in the face of overwhelming darkness. The unknown awaited, a future shrouded in mystery, and yet it beckoned with a silent promise of either salvation or annihilation. The desert held its breath, awaiting the conclusion of this desperate struggle, this final act in a play where the stakes were life itself. My uncertain fate hung in the balance, a precarious gamble played out against the backdrop of a merciless landscape. And in the face of such overwhelming odds, one thing remained clear: the desert would decide. Story 5, The Forgotten Photograph. The mirage, or whatever it was, remained stubbornly on the horizon, a cruel tease in the vast emptiness. My hope, flickering like a dying candle, threatened to extinguish completely. Then, as if plucked from the swirling sands of my own delirium, a glint of something metallic caught my eye. Half buried in the sand, close to where I collapsed from exhaustion, lay a small, tarnished silver locket. I scooped it up, the cool metal a stark contrast to the burning sand. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a photograph. Not a recent picture, not a snapshot of a vacation, but something far older, far more unsettling. The image was sepia-toned, the edges frayed and faded, yet the detail was surprisingly sharp. It showed a house. Not a grand mansion, but a modest, single-story dwelling with a weathered porch and overgrown garden. The style was distinctly old-fashioned, something out of a bygone era. But it wasn't the house that chilled me to the bone. It was the people. The photograph depicted a family, a man, a woman, and a child. The man was tall and slender, with dark, intense eyes. The woman was delicate, her features soft and kind. And the child was me. Or at least, a version of me. The child in the photograph was about 5 years old, with the same unruly brown hair and piercing blue eyes I possessed now. But there was something different, a subtle yet unnerving discrepancy. The child in the photograph wore a worn, faded dress, not the clothes I remembered wearing in my early life. A dress far too old-fashioned for my supposed childhood in the 21st century. The details were sharper than my hazy recollections of early childhood, memories now eroded by years of abuse and neglect. The surroundings felt both familiar and utterly alien. The garden, though overgrown, hinted at a beauty I could not recall, a beauty lost to the harsh realities of my life. There was another thing about this photograph that haunted me. The people in the photograph were not smiling. In fact, their expressions were disturbingly somber, tinged with an undercurrent of profound sadness, almost despair. A sadness that seemed to emanate from the very fibers of the photograph, clinging to it like a shroud. They weren't looking directly at the camera, which added to the strange composition of the picture. Their gaze seemed fixed on something beyond the lens, something unseen and deeply disturbing. The most unnerving aspect was the chilling realization that I had absolutely no memory of this house, this family, this life. It was as though this photograph represented an alternate reality, a parallel existence I'd entirely forgotten, or one that had been deliberately erased from my mind. The locket itself felt strangely warm to the touch, even in the scorching desert heat. A faint, almost imperceptible pulse seemed to emanate from within, a subtle vibration that sent a shiver down my spine. It was as if the locket itself was alive, a conduit to a forgotten past, a hidden truth buried beneath layers of repressed memory and deliberate amnesia. Driven by a desperate need to understand, to make sense of this inexplicable discovery, I clutched the photograph to my chest, the faded image burning into my mind. The desert's unrelenting sun seemed to intensify, its heat reflecting my mounting anxiety. The line between the tangible and intangible had blurred, the real and the surreal entangled in a twisted dance of reality and delusion. My thirst became unbearable, my fatigue overwhelming, yet the image of the photograph served as a relentless beacon that pushed me forward. It was a puzzle piece I had stumbled upon, an artifact that held the key to unlocking a forgotten past, a past that now held the potential to either bring salvation or lead me down a darker path. I continued my desperate trek, the relentless sun beating down, dehydration worsening with every step. The photograph became a tangible representation of the hope I felt waning, a symbol of a past life, a life that held clues to my true identity. But was it a life I could reclaim? Or was this a pathway to a more sinister truth, a reality that would consume me entirely? As the sun began to set again, painting the sky in shades of crimson and despair, I felt a renewed sense of urgency. I had to find shelter, but more importantly, I needed to discover more about the photograph, to unravel its cryptic message. The desert, as always, remained a silent and unforgiving judge. The sand, the sun, the ever-present heat, served only as a reminder of my fragility and the uncertainty of my fate. Days and nights blurred into an indistinguishable cycle of torment. The desert's cruelty was relentless, but the enigma of the photograph kept me moving. Each step was painful, each breath labored, but the locket felt like a lifeline in the face of impending doom. One evening, as the moon cast long, skeletal shadows across the sand, I stumbled upon a cluster of dilapidated ruins. The structures were half buried in the sand, eroded by time and the elements, yet hints of their original grandeur still remained. With trembling hands, I shielded the flickering light of my lantern against the wind and examined the ruins closely. The architectural style bore a striking resemblance to the house in the photograph. Could this be it? The house from my forgotten past? As I explored the ruins, a sense of foreboding overwhelmed me. The silence here felt different, heavier, more oppressive than the usual desert stillness. It felt as though the very air hummed with a palpable sense of sorrow and despair, as if the ruins themselves were mourning a lost history. I found a broken piece of pottery with a familiar pattern. A vague memory flickered, something about a garden, bright flowers, a familiar laughter, and then a darkness, a sudden overwhelming sense of loss. The memory was too fleeting to grasp, a ghost from a past life that I was desperately struggling to piece back together. I continued to search, moving slowly and cautiously through the crumbling walls. Then I found it. Hidden beneath a pile of rubble, partially buried in the sand, was a small wooden chest. The wood was worn and weathered, but the intricate carvings on its surface were still visible, matching the intricate design on the locket. I carefully lifted the chest, its weight surprisingly light. Inside, nestled amongst faded fabrics and yellowed papers, was another photograph. This one was even older, more faded, the images barely discernible. It showed the same family, but this time, they were younger. The child, me, was only a baby. The woman in the photograph held me close, her face etched with a mixture of love and profound worry. A worry that mirrored the somber expressions in the first photograph. The man stood behind them, his expression unreadable, his eyes filled with something that resembled both love and a profound sense of unease. The background showed the same house, but this time it was intact, vibrant, surrounded by a lush, blooming garden. This photograph revealed a moment of happiness, a stark contrast to the despair depicted in the first picture, yet the overwhelming feeling of foreboding persisted. The contrast between the two images emphasized a dramatic change, a sudden shift in their lives, a devastating loss. A loss I couldn't quite remember, and yet I felt it so deeply, like a missing limb. A chilling realization dawned on me. The photographs weren't just snapshots of a past life, they were fragments of a story, a tragedy that had been deliberately erased from my memory. And the locket, the chest, even the ruins themselves were parts of a carefully laid puzzle. A puzzle that would lead me to the horrifying truth of my forgotten past. The desert, it seemed, was not just a cruel landscape, it was a keeper of secrets, a silent witness to a forgotten tragedy, a canvas on which the forgotten memories were painted in shades of sorrow and despair. As the moon ascended in the vast, star-studded sky, casting its silvery light upon the decaying ruins, I felt a growing unease. The sense of unease was as if something, or someone, was watching me, lurking in the shadows, awaiting my next move. The past was not dead, it was not buried, it was merely hidden, waiting for the right moment to resurface and unleash itself upon my soul. The question was I ready to face the terrifying truth that lay buried beneath the sands of my forgotten past? The desert held its breath, the wind whispering secrets I was only beginning to understand. The truth, I realized, was as vast and unforgiving as the desert itself, and it was now drawing ever closer. The second photograph, though faded and almost indecipherable, offered a stark contrast to the first. It depicted the same family, but younger, brimming with a tentative joy that was absent in the later image. The child, me, was a babe, nestled in the woman's arms. Her face, though etched with lines that spoke of worry, held a tenderness that tugged at something deep within me, a faint echo of a love I'd never known. The man stood behind them, his expression inscrutable, but his posture suggested a protective presence. The house stood proud and whole, surrounded by a vibrant, flourishing garden, a picture of domestic bliss that felt both familiar and impossibly distant. Holding the fragile photograph, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. It wasn't just the contrast between the two images, the jarring shift from happiness to despair, but the sheer incongruity of it all. This life, this family, this idyllic existence, it felt alien, yet profoundly personal. Like a half-remembered dream, or a ghost of a feeling, it haunted the edges of my consciousness, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. The locket felt warm against my skin, a constant, subtle thrumming that seemed to amplify the turmoil within me. It was as if the locket itself was a conduit, a vessel carrying the weight of forgotten emotions, drawing me inexorably toward the heart of the mystery. The desert, unforgiving as always, seemed to hold its breath, as if even nature itself was waiting, watching, as I delved into this abyss of forgotten memories. Driven by a desperate need to understand, I carefully replaced the photographs in the chest and began a more thorough examination of the ruins. The walls, crumbling and covered in sand, revealed traces of intricate carvings, echoing the designs on the locket and the wooden chest. These were not haphazard markings, but carefully crafted symbols that seemed to tell a story of their own. I spent hours tracing the carvings, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, of recognition, though the meaning eluded me. As the night deepened, the moon casting long, haunting shadows across the ruins, I stumbled upon a small, hidden chamber. Inside, stacked against one wall, were numerous books and papers, their pages brittle and yellowed with age. The language was archaic, unfamiliar, yet somehow understandable. It felt like a language of the soul, bypassing the rational mind and speaking directly to some forgotten part of me. The documents spoke of a family, their life, their struggles, their profound and devastating loss. The names were written in a familiar script, a script that resonated deeply, even though I could not consciously remember their meaning. There were passages describing a vibrant garden, a home filled with laughter, a love as strong as it was fragile. Then came a sudden shift in tone, a darker narrative emerging, a story of illness, of despair, of a profound, inexplicable loss that had shattered their world. The story culminated in a scene of chaos and overwhelming grief, followed by blank pages, a gaping hole where the narrative had abruptly ended. As I read, fragments of memories flickered, a garden bursting with flowers, the scent of freshly baked bread, the sound of laughter, then a sudden darkness, a chilling silence, a void where memories should have been. The books described rituals, strange practices that felt deeply unsettling. They spoke of a hidden power, a force that could manipulate time and memory, subtly altering reality itself. This chilling revelation left me paralyzed with a dread so deep, it felt like physical pain. The books described a connection to the locket, claiming it was a vessel, a conduit to a hidden world, a repository of forgotten memories, capable of both revealing and erasing the truth. It was a powerful object, they wrote, both a blessing and a curse, its powers both immense and deeply dangerous. As dawn approached, painting the sky with hues of blood orange and bruised purple, I felt a profound sense of exhaustion and a crushing weight of despair. The truth, or at least a glimpse of it, was becoming clear. The photograph wasn't merely a reminder of a forgotten past, it was a key, a gateway to a reality that was both terrifying and intensely personal. I had stumbled upon a tale far darker and more complex than I could have ever imagined, a story of loss, manipulation, and a hidden power that threatened to consume me entirely. The desert, silent and unforgiving, seemed to reflect the turmoil within me. The sand, the sun, the wind, all conspired to heighten the sense of isolation, the feeling of being trapped in a nightmarish labyrinth with no escape. Yet, despite the overwhelming dread, a flicker of determination remained, a stubborn refusal to succumb to the darkness. I had a duty, I realized, to uncover the full truth, regardless of the cost. The locket remained warm against my chest, a constant reminder of the task before me. The photographs, fragile fragments of a shattered past, served as a guide, a path leading me deeper into the unsettling enigma of my forgotten life. The ruins, silent witnesses to a forgotten tragedy, held more secrets waiting to be uncovered. And I, armed with nothing but a burning desire for the truth, had no choice but to continue my journey into the heart of the darkness. The desert stretched before me, a boundless expanse of sand and shadows, and I knew that my quest for self-discovery was far from over. The true horror, I suspected, lay yet to be revealed. The darkness held its breath, and I, with trepidation and a growing sense of dread, prepared to face it. The sun beat down mercilessly, the heat shimmering off the bleached sand, mirroring the disorienting haze that had settled over my mind. The more I unearthed, the less certain I became of anything. The meticulously crafted symbols on the walls, once a source of morbid fascination, now felt like taunting riddles, their meaning shifting like sand beneath my feet. The archaic script, initially comprehensible on a visceral level, now seemed to twist and distort, its words becoming as slippery as the desert itself. I found another chamber, smaller than the last, its entrance concealed behind a loose section of crumbling wall. Inside, a single object lay nestled amongst the debris, a tarnished silver mirror, its surface clouded with age and neglect. A shudder ran through me, a primal instinct warning me to leave it undisturbed. But the pull was too strong, the siren call of the unknown whispering promises of revelation. Hesitantly, I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold, smooth surface. As my touch grazed the mirror's clouded surface, a wave of dizziness washed over me, the world tilting precariously on its axis. The familiar landscape of the ruins dissolved, replaced by an unsettling distortion of reality. The familiar desert was gone, replaced by a dense, claustrophobic forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The trees, tall and skeletal, clawed at the sky, their gnarled branches intertwined like skeletal fingers. The light was dim, filtered through a canopy of leaves, creating an oppressive gloom that seemed to weigh down on my soul. And then I saw them, children, their eyes black and impossibly deep, their faces devoid of any emotion. They stood motionless, watching me, their presence both unsettling and profoundly unnerving. The air grew heavy, a suffocating silence descending, punctuated only by the rustling of unseen things in the undergrowth. I felt a sense of dread, an ancient fear clawing at the back of my mind, a feeling that something profoundly wrong was afoot. These were not ordinary children, not merely products of an overactive imagination. There was something other about them, something that chilled me to the bone. The forest seemed to breathe, the trees shifting and swaying, as if alive, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. I tried to move, to escape this terrifying vision, but my limbs felt leaden, my will paralyzed by an unseen force. The children remained motionless, their black eyes following my every move, their silence more terrifying than any scream. Then, as abruptly as it began, the vision vanished. I found myself back in the ruined chamber, the tarnished mirror reflecting my own pale, sweat-streaked face. The desert landscape, though still unsettling, felt infinitely safer than the nightmare I had just experienced. Yet, the lingering memory of those black-eyed children, their silent observation, pierced the fragile shield of my sanity. Days bled into weeks as I continued my exploration. Each discovery only deepened the mystery, further fracturing my already fragile perception of reality. The documents spoke of forbidden rituals, of tampering with forces beyond human comprehension. I discovered sketches depicting monstrous entities, their forms disturbingly familiar yet utterly alien. The faces of these beings were etched with an incomprehensible malice, their eyes black pits of nothingness. My sleep became a torment, haunted by vivid, hallucinatory dreams that blurred the line between reality and nightmare. The desert, the ruins, the children, all twisted and distorted into grotesque parodies of themselves. The line between memory and delusion became increasingly blurred as fragments of my own past continued to surface, not as coherent recollections, but as distorted, nightmarish fragments, a mosaic of half-remembered terrors. I questioned my sanity, wondering if the whole experience was a hallucination brought on by the oppressive heat and isolation. But the weight of the evidence was too strong, the feeling of discovery too real. I was uncovering something profound and terrifying, something that challenged the very fabric of my existence. One day, amidst the ruins, I unearthed a small, leather-bound journal. Its pages were filled with a delicate, spidery script, a woman's handwriting, elegant and precise. It detailed the family's life in the house that once stood here, their joys, their hopes, their fears. It described the locket, its power, and its danger. But the entries became increasingly erratic, the handwriting degenerating into a frantic scrawl as the narrative progressed. The final entry spoke of a growing despair, a sense of impending doom. The woman described a darkening of the world around her, a creeping sense of the uncanny that twisted her perception of reality. She spoke of seeing things, hearing things, whispers in the wind, shadows in the corners of her eyes, the feeling of being watched, always watched. The final entry, scrawled in a trembling hand, described a terrifying vision, a nightmarish landscape of distorted realities, mirroring the horrors I myself had experienced. Then, silence. The remaining pages were blank, a chilling testament to the woman's abrupt and mysterious disappearance. I closed the journal, feeling a cold dread grip my heart. The woman's fate mirrored my own growing sense of unease. Her experiences reflected my own, hinting at a terrifying power at work, a force capable of bending reality to its will, of manipulating time and memory, of twisting perceptions to the point of madness. The locket, warm against my skin, pulsed faintly, as if in response to the journal's contents. It felt like a malevolent presence, a conduit to a hidden reality far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. The photographs, the ruins, the dreams, the children, everything was connected, woven together in a horrifying tapestry of forgotten memories, distorted realities, and a darkness that threatened to consume me entirely. The desert stretched before me, a seemingly endless expanse of sand and shadows, a reflection of the boundless, terrifying unknown that lay ahead. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that my quest for self-discovery was far from over. The true horror, I sensed, was only just beginning. The silence of the desert was no longer a comfort, but a chilling anticipation of the nightmarish truth that yet awaited. I was lost, utterly lost in a twisted reality of my own making, and the only escape seemed to lie deeper into the heart of the darkness itself. The leather-bound journal lay open in my trembling hands, the final, frantic scrawl a testament to a woman's descent into madness. Her words, a chilling echo of my own experiences, spoke of a world warping at its edges, of shadows that moved on their own, of whispers carried on the wind that chilled her to the bone. But it was the inclusion of a small, faded photograph tucked within the brittle pages that stopped my breath. It was a picture of a house, not unlike the ruins I was excavating, though older, more intact. A family stood before it, a man, a woman, and a young boy. The boy, with his bright, curious eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to me, a mirror image across the chasm of forgotten years. A wave of nausea washed over me, the certainty that this was my house, my family, a horrifying realization that cracked the carefully constructed facade of my sanity. The photograph was more than just a visual record, it was a key, unlocking doors in my mind that had long been sealed shut. Memories, fragmented and distorted, began to surface. I recalled a life lived in a grand, old house, filled with secrets and shadows, a childhood punctuated by inexplicable events, a flickering light in an empty room, whispers in the dead of night, the unsettling feeling of being watched. But these weren't simply childhood fantasies. The journal corroborated those fragmented memories, painting a picture of a house steeped in the uncanny, a place where the boundary between reality and nightmare was perpetually blurred. The woman's detailed descriptions of the house's peculiar properties, of the unsettling energies that permeated its walls, resonated deeply within me, awakening buried memories, filling in the blanks of my fragmented past. I remembered the locket, the very same locket I now wore, its cool silver against my skin, a constant reminder of the terrifying truth. The journal described its power, its ability to open doors to other realities, its inherent danger. It spoke of rituals performed within the house, of attempts to tap into forces beyond human comprehension. The woman's fear, her escalating descent into despair, was reflected in the increasingly erratic scribbles in the journal, her final entry a frantic cry for help before falling silent forever. The revelation was a hammer blow to my psyche. The ruins, the symbols, the dreams, the black-eyed children, it all clicked into place, forming a terrifying, complete picture. I was not simply exploring an ancient ruin, I was excavating the remnants of my own forgotten past, a past far darker and more disturbing than I could have ever imagined. The family in the photograph was my family, the house, my home, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where the supernatural seeped into the everyday. The boy in the photograph, the boy who looked so much like me, was a victim of this thin veil, a child trapped between realities, his innocent gaze haunted by unseen terrors. The journal alluded to his disappearance, the final entry speaking of a nightmarish journey into a distorted landscape, into the same terrifying forest I had witnessed in my own distorted reflection in the tarnished mirror. The children in the forest were not random figures of my imagination, they were connected, a part of this twisted reality. Their black, emotionless eyes, their silent observation, were not merely a manifestation of fear, they were witnesses, guardians of a hidden world, keepers of a forgotten truth. They were connected to the house, to my family, to the locket, to everything I had discovered in the ruins. The locket pulsed faintly against my skin, its rhythm a morbid heartbeat echoing the terrifying discoveries I had made. I realized with chilling clarity that the locket was not merely a family heirloom, it was a key, a conduit, a tool used in the forbidden rituals mentioned in the journal. It was a connection, a thread linking my past to this horrifying present, binding me to a reality I desperately sought to escape. I spent days poring over the journal, rereading the woman's entries, piecing together the fragments of my forgotten past. Her words spoke of the family's increasing desperation, their attempts to control the energies within the house, their growing fear of the power they had unleashed. Their efforts, the journal hinted, were ultimately futile. The house, the locket, the very fabric of their reality, was consumed by a force beyond their control, drawing them into a nightmarish vortex of the uncanny. Sleep offered no escape. The nightmares intensified, growing more vivid, more terrifying, blurring the lines between dream and waking life. The faces of the black-eyed children haunted my dreams, their silent stares piercing the fragile veil of slumber. The ruins, the symbols, the decaying house, they all twisted and morphed into grotesque parodies of themselves, their familiar forms replaced by nightmarish versions, distorted and alien. The sun beat down relentlessly, the heat mirroring the inferno raging within my mind. The line between reality and delusion began to fray, the threads of my sanity unraveling, leaving me stranded in a landscape of uncertainty and fear. The weight of my discovery pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating, a burden far greater than I could bear. I understood now. The forgotten photograph was not merely a visual record of my past, it was a revelation, a key to unlocking a terrifying truth about my family's dark legacy. My identity, my memories, my very sanity, everything was intertwined with the ancient house, the forbidden rituals, and the sinister forces that lay dormant within its crumbling walls. I was a prisoner of my own forgotten past, trapped in a terrifying loop of memory and nightmare, and the escape, if one even existed, lay buried somewhere within the depths of this unending darkness. The desert stretched before me, an endless expanse of sand and shadows, a reflection of the terrifying unknown that awaited. The silence of the desert, once a comfort, now felt like a chilling anticipation, a premonition of the horrifying truth that lay hidden within the depths of my own forgotten past. I was lost, irrevocably lost, and the only path forward was to delve deeper into the heart of the darkness, to confront the horrors of my own forgotten childhood and the terrifying legacy that bound me to this nightmarish reality. The journey, I knew with a chilling certainty, had only just begun. The weight of the discovery pressed down on me, crushing the breath from my lungs. The sun, a malevolent eye in the bleached sky, seemed to mock my despair. The desert stretched before me, an endless expanse of sand and shadow, mirroring the terrifying void that had opened within my own mind. The silence, once a refuge, now pressed in, a suffocating blanket of anticipation. It was the silence before the storm, the quiet before the screaming began. The photograph, clutched tightly in my hand, felt less like paper and more like a searing brand. The faces of my family, the man, his features etched with a weariness that spoke of untold burdens, the woman, her eyes reflecting a deep, unsettling sorrow, and the boy, my younger self, his gaze both innocent and haunted, stared back at me, accusingly. They were witnesses to a truth I had buried deep within, a truth that now clawed its way to the surface, tearing at the fragile seams of my sanity. Days bled into nights, each sunrise bringing a fresh wave of nausea, each sunset a plunge into the chilling depths of my fragmented memories. Sleep offered no reprieve. Instead, it delivered a relentless parade of nightmares, vivid and horrifying recreations of my forgotten past. The house in the photograph, now a decaying ruin, pulsed in my dreams, its walls alive with sinister whispers, its shadows writhing with unseen horrors. The black-eyed children stalked the corridors, their vacant eyes reflecting a terrifying emptiness, their silent presence a constant reminder of my inescapable fate. I found myself drawn back to the ruins, compelled by an unseen force, a morbid curiosity that overshadowed all reason. The symbols carved into the crumbling stone seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, their cryptic meanings whispering secrets I could almost grasp, but never quite understand. The very air hummed with a palpable energy, a chilling resonance that spoke of forbidden rituals, of forces beyond human comprehension. I spent hours tracing the symbols, their angular forms etching themselves onto my memory. Each line, each curve, seemed to unlock a new fragment of my past, a new shard of a terrifying puzzle. I recalled the rituals described in the journal, the incantations, the sacrifices, the desperate attempts to control the power that thrummed within the house's very foundations. I saw, in my mind's eye, the family gathered in the dimly lit rooms, their faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight, their desperation etched into every line of their faces. The locket, a constant weight against my skin, seemed to pulse in rhythm with the unsettling energy of the ruins. It was a conduit, a key, a connection to the unseen world that had consumed my family. I felt its power, a chilling force that both terrified and captivated me, drawing me deeper into the abyss of my forgotten past. The memories came in flashes, fragmented images and distorted sounds, like pieces of a shattered mirror reflecting a distorted reality. I saw myself as a child, playing in the shadowed corners of the house, hearing whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. I remembered the flickering lights, the unsettling feeling of being watched, the chilling presence that seemed to permeate every room, every crevice of the old house. But these weren't simple childhood fantasies. These were memories of a reality far darker and more disturbing than any dream could ever conjure. A reality where the boundaries between worlds were fluid, where the supernatural seeped into the everyday, where the veil between worlds was thin enough to be torn asunder by the slightest touch. The black-eyed children, I realized with a sickening lurch, were not merely figments of my imagination. They were guardians, silent witnesses to the horrifying events that unfolded within the house, their presence a grim reminder of the terrible price my family had paid. They were a part of this reality, a part of my forgotten past, a testament to the power that had consumed my family, a power that now threatened to consume me as well. The journal's final entry echoed in my mind, a desperate cry for help, a final testament to a life consumed by the darkness. The woman's frantic scrawl painted a vivid picture of escalating terror, of a family caught in a vortex of the uncanny, their reality collapsing around them. Her words were a mirror to my own experiences, a chilling reflection of my own descent into a madness I hadn't yet fully understood. The boy in the photograph, my younger self, was lost, snatched away by the same terrifying force that had destroyed my family. His innocent gaze, trapped in the amber of the faded photograph, haunted me, a constant reminder of the innocence lost, the life stolen, the tragedy that bound me to this nightmarish reality. The sun beat down relentlessly, the heat mirroring the inferno raging within my mind. The desert stretched before me, an endless expanse of sand and shadow, a desolate reflection of my own shattered psyche. The weight of the truth, the burden of my forgotten past, pressed down on me, threatening to crush me beneath its immense weight. Yet, a strange compulsion, a morbid curiosity, propelled me forward, drawing me deeper into the heart of the darkness, compelling me to unearth the secrets buried within the ruins of my own forgotten life. The journey, I knew, had only just begun. The true horror, I suspected, lay not in what I had already discovered, but in what was yet to come. The deeper I delved, the more I feared the horrifying truth that awaited me in the shadowy depths of my own haunted past. The past was not merely forgotten, it was actively trying to reclaim me. And I, its unwilling captive, was being drawn inexorably towards a terrifying, inescapable destiny. Story 6: The Shadow Man. The air itself seemed to vibrate, a low hum that resonated deep within my bones, a discordant counterpoint to the frantic beating of my heart. The desert sun beat down, merciless and unforgiving, but the chill that clung to my skin had nothing to do with the temperature. It was a cold that seeped from the shadows, a palpable emanation of something ancient and malevolent. The feeling of being watched intensified, a pressure that pressed against my very soul, constricting my breath, stealing the air from my lungs. I wasn't alone. I knew it instinctively, felt it in the prickling hairs on the back of my neck, the sudden tightening of my muscles, the involuntary shudder that ran down my spine. It was a feeling I'd known since childhood, a constant, unsettling companion that had woven itself into the very fabric of my being. But now, it was different. The presence was stronger, closer, more menacing than ever before. It wasn't just a feeling, it was a physical presence, a weight pressing down on me, smothering me in its oppressive gloom. I could almost see it, a flicker of movement in the periphery, a shift in the shimmering heat haze, a ripple in the sand that suggested something vast and unseen was moving beneath the surface. The sun-baked earth seemed to absorb the shadow, concealing its form, but its essence, its malevolence, remained palpable. It was a darkness that defied explanation, a void that threatened to swallow me whole. This wasn't the fear of a lurking animal, or a potential attacker. This was something far more primal, far more unsettling. It was the fear of the unknown, the terror of the unseen, the instinctive dread that comes from confronting a darkness that lies beyond human comprehension. It was the fear of a shadow that had always been there, a shadow that had finally decided to reveal itself. Days turned into weeks, each sunrise bringing a renewed sense of dread, each sunset plunging me deeper into the suffocating grip of fear. The shadow followed me everywhere, a constant, inescapable companion. It lurked in the corners of my vision, danced just beyond my grasp, whispered promises of oblivion in the silence of the night. Sleep offered no escape. Instead, it delivered a torrent of nightmares, each more horrifying than the last. The house in the photographs, the decaying ruin in the heart of the desert, was always there, its crumbling walls pulsating with a sinister energy. The black-eyed children stalked me through its shadowy corridors, their vacant stares piercing my dreams, their silence more terrifying than any scream. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself it was nothing more than stress, exhaustion, the product of a disturbed mind. But the evidence contradicted my logic. Every instinct screamed of a reality far darker than any rational explanation. The feeling of its presence was overwhelming, a suffocating weight that stole my breath, a chilling presence that whispered promises of doom in my ears. The locket, the one that I'd found in the ruins, pulsed against my skin, a constant reminder of the connection to the unseen world that had consumed my family. It felt as if it were resonating to the shadow's energy, almost as if it were acting as a conduit, drawing the unseen being closer. I felt its presence intensify when I held the locket, as if it were some kind of key that was unlocking a door to a nightmarish world that I didn't want to enter. I started to see things in the periphery, glimpses of movement from the corner of my eye that vanished whenever I tried to look directly at them. Shadows moved independently, stretching and writhing in impossible ways. Objects shifted, rearranged themselves without any apparent cause. The very air seemed charged with a malevolent energy, a chilling resonance that hummed in my ears. One night, the shadow revealed itself in a fleeting glimpse. It was tall and gaunt, its form indistinct, obscured by a swirling darkness that seemed to devour the light. Its face was shrouded in shadows, but I sensed a presence, a palpable malignancy that radiated a wave of pure terror. It was silent, its movement fluid, almost ethereal, as if it were woven from the very fabric of the night itself. Then, just as quickly, it was gone, vanishing into the darkness as if it had never been there, leaving behind only an overwhelming sense of dread and a lingering chill that permeated my very being. The next few days were a blur, a chaotic whirlwind of fear and uncertainty. I struggled to function, haunted by the image of the shadowy figure, its malevolent presence a constant, oppressive weight. The desert landscape seemed to intensify the feeling, its vast expanse of sand and shadow mirroring the darkness that had settled upon my soul. The sun, once a source of life-giving energy, now seemed like a malevolent eye watching my every move, a witness to my growing despair. Sleep became a battlefield, a nightmarish landscape where the shadow hunted me relentlessly, its chilling presence a constant threat. I woke in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, my breath ragged, haunted by the nightmares that echoed the terrifying reality that was slowly closing in. The locket grew heavier, the throbbing beneath my skin mirroring the growing intensity of the shadow's presence. It felt as though the connection was deepening, pulling me towards something dangerous, something inevitable. I had a terrifying premonition that the shadow wasn't merely watching me anymore. It was preparing to claim me. It was preparing to take what remained of me. The journal, which I had read and reread a dozen times, offered no solace, no answers. Its final pages described a similar presence, a similar fear that had consumed my ancestors, driving them to the brink of madness. This wasn't just a family curse, it was a looming darkness that transcended time and space, a shadow that had been hunting my bloodline for generations. I felt an overwhelming sense of doom closing in, as the shadow's presence intensified beyond what I could bear. The desert, once a symbol of emptiness and isolation, now felt like a prison, a vast and unforgiving expanse designed to confine me to my fate. The sun beat down, a relentless reminder of the heat of the approaching confrontation. The Shadow Man was coming, and there was nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. The weight of my heritage pressed upon me, a legacy of fear and despair. I was not merely a victim, I was a link in a long chain of suffering, a pawn in a game far older than humanity itself. The shadow wasn't just a malevolent entity, It was a manifestation of my own dark lineage, a terrifying reflection of the inescapable destiny that awaited me. The ruins in the heart of the desert weren't merely the remnants of a forgotten past. They were a gateway, a portal to a horrifying reality that had been hidden for generations. And I, the unwitting heir to this terrifying legacy, was about to step through. The desert wind whispered secrets in my ear, each gust a chilling premonition of the horror to come. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the encroaching silence. The silence before the storm. The silence before the shadow claimed me. The silence before the end. The desert air, once merely oppressive, now felt sentient, a living entity pressing in on me from all sides. The sun, a malevolent eye in the sky, seemed to intensify the heat, turning the sand into a shimmering, hallucinatory landscape. My perception warped, colors bled together, the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred. The sand itself felt different, alive beneath my feet, shifting and whispering secrets I couldn't understand. My sanity, once a fragile thing, began to fray at the edges. Paranoia gnawed at me. Every shadow held a potential menace, every rustle in the brush promised a horrifying revelation. I started to question everything, my perceptions, my memories, even my own identity. Was I losing my mind? Or was something else at work, something far more sinister than a simple breakdown? The locket, the cursed heirloom, pulsed against my skin, its relentless rhythm mirroring the erratic beat of my own heart. Its cold metal pressed against my skin, a constant reminder of my family's dark legacy. Sleep offered no respite, only a descent into a hellish panorama of ever-shifting horrors. The black-eyed children were no longer just fleeting figures in my dreams. They were constant companions, their vacant stares piercing the veil between worlds. Their silence was more terrifying than any scream, a chilling void that threatened to swallow my very soul. They seemed to whisper things, unintelligible murmurs just beyond the edge of hearing, filling my subconscious with an ever-growing dread. The house in the photographs, that decaying ruin at the heart of the desert, was omnipresent in my nightmares, its crumbling walls pulsating with an evil energy. I would wander its shadowy corridors, lost in an infinite labyrinth, chased by the unseen forces that preyed upon my family for generations. The feeling of being watched was never absent. I could feel eyes upon me, even with my eyes closed, a constant surveillance from beings beyond comprehension. During the day, the unseen presence intensified. Objects would move on their own, books falling from shelves, pictures shifting on walls. The wind, once merely hot and dry, carried with it whispers, barely audible but profoundly unsettling, like the voices of forgotten things. The sand would shift in strange patterns, forming ephemeral shapes that were only fleeting glimpses of terrifying imagery. These disturbances were subtle at first, easily dismissed as tricks of the light or mere figments of my overactive imagination, but they intensified, growing bolder, until their reality became undeniable. My sanity fractured into a mosaic of doubts and fears. The feeling of dread wasn't confined to the physical world. It invaded my thoughts, twisting my memories, shaping my perceptions. I started seeing glimpses of things in the periphery, apparitions in the desert haze, fleeting images of distorted faces and skeletal figures. These images were fragmented and unsettling, glimpses of a world that lurked just beneath the veil of reality. These glimpses were just the edges of something much larger, hinting at the deeper horrors that awaited me. Food became unappetizing, the taste and smell lost to my growing distress. My body started to fail, mirroring the decay of the house in my dreams. The weight loss intensified, my once strong frame now frail and vulnerable. The relentless pressure of the shadow's presence, the constant fear that stalked me day and night, it was sapping my life force. Every fiber of my being felt stretched taut, as if on the verge of snapping. My reflections seemed to mock me, distorted and grotesque, echoing the monstrous reality I was facing. One day, the locket grew alarmingly hot. A burning sensation engulfed my chest, spreading to my limbs. The throbbing intensified into an unbearable pain, a visceral torment that mirrored the mental anguish I was enduring. I felt myself weakening under the relentless pressure, as if the locket were a conduit to some infernal power. The visions became clearer, more vivid, the faces and figures coalescing into something terrifying. The desert landscape mirrored the internal chaos, the heat shimmering and distorting into a nightmarish mockery of the real world. The shadow became less a feeling and more of a tangible entity. I could feel its breath on the back of my neck, feel its chilling presence as if it were a physical entity touching me. It stalked my every move, its weight oppressing my very soul. Sometimes I'd feel a touch, a spectral hand brushing against my skin, sending shivers down my spine. I often woke with scratches on my arms and legs, my body bearing the physical imprint of the shadow's presence. The journal, my only guide, offered little comfort. I read it again and again, my own descent into madness mirroring the descriptions of my ancestors. The words blurred before my eyes, the ink bleeding across the pages, reflecting the decay of my own mind. I traced the fated script, searching for answers, for escape, but found only more confirmation of my horrifying destiny. The lineage of fear continued, its malevolent tendrils wrapping around my soul. My ancestors' terror became my own. It had always been mine, waiting to awaken. The culminating point of my dread came during a dust storm. The wind howled, whipping the sand into a frenzy, creating a maelstrom of grit and despair. The shadow's presence became overpowering, its essence weaving itself into the howling wind. I could hear its voice, not in words, but in the wind's mournful cry, a symphony of impending doom. I stumbled through the raging storm, the sand blinding me, the wind tearing at my clothes, the unseen presence surrounding me like a shroud. My fear was no longer simply fear, it was a consuming entity, a being in its own right, feeding on my terror. It whispered promises of oblivion, of an end to the relentless pain, a sweet release from the horrifying reality that had become my life. The desert, once a desolate expanse, had become a malevolent force, actively participating in my demise. The landscape itself seemed to be celebrating the oncoming shadow of death. In the heart of the storm, I saw it, the Shadow Man. Not a fleeting glimpse this time, but a fully realized horror. Tall and gaunt, cloaked in darkness, its face hidden, but with eyes burning with a malevolent light that pierced through the dust storm. It was a terrifying entity, a manifestation of the darkness within me and within my family line. It was not simply an external threat, it was the embodiment of my fate. I braced myself, ready to meet my inevitable end, ready for oblivion. The Shadow Man was not merely a creature of myth and legend, it was the culmination of my ancestors' suffering, their fear made manifest. It was the ultimate expression of a family's dark legacy, and I, the latest descendant, was about to become one with the shadows. The locket burned against my chest, its heat mirroring the fiery terror in my soul. The end was near. The end had begun. The wind howled, a requiem for my life, a prelude to an eternity of darkness. The dust storm, a chaotic ballet of sand and despair, began to subside. The wind, which had howled like a tormented beast, now sighed, a mournful whisper against the ravaged landscape. The Shadow Man, however, remained. He stood there, silhouetted against the bruised sky, a monument to terror. I didn't run. I couldn't. A strange paralysis had gripped me, a morbid fascination holding me rooted to the spot. He was real. More real than the burning sand beneath my feet, more real than the throbbing pain in my chest. His form was indistinct, a swirling vortex of darkness punctuated by 2 points of malevolent light, eyes that seemed to bore into my soul, stripping me bare of my defenses. There was no face, no discernible features, just an overwhelming sense of ancient evil. He was the embodiment of every nightmare I had ever known, every whispered warning from my ancestors, every chilling premonition that had haunted me since childhood. Slowly, cautiously, he began to move towards me. Each step was deliberate, measured, as if he were savoring my fear, relishing my impending demise. The sand crunched beneath his unseen feet, the sound amplified in the eerie silence that followed the storm. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the impending doom. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my parched lips. As he drew closer, I saw something else, something that chilled me to the bone more than his ominous presence. There was a faint shimmer around him, a subtle distortion of the air, as if he wasn't entirely of this world. And then I saw it, a faint, almost imperceptible, glow emanating from his hand. It pulsed with a rhythm that mirrored the frantic beat of my own heart, a horrifying synchronicity that sealed my fate. The locket, I realized, was connected to him, a cursed conduit to his terrifying power. Then, a voice. Not a voice that was heard through my ears, but one that resonated deep within my very being, a voice that spoke directly to my soul. It was ancient, echoing with the weight of centuries of suffering and despair. It spoke not of threats, but of promises, promises of release, of oblivion, of an end to the relentless torment that had defined my existence. "Join me," the voice whispered, a seductive murmur that promised an escape from the unbearable pain. "Embrace the darkness. It is your birthright. It is your destiny." The words pierced through my fear, a sliver of understanding cutting through the terror. This wasn't just some random malevolent entity. This was connected to my family, to the curse that had plagued my lineage for generations. He was the culmination of our collective suffering, our shared legacy of terror. The Shadow Man wasn't merely an antagonist, he was a part of me. A wave of nausea washed over me. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I was not merely a victim, I was a vessel, a conduit for an ancient, malevolent force. The locket, the journal, the recurring nightmares, the visions, they were all pieces of a larger puzzle, a terrifying tapestry woven from generations of suffering and fear. Driven by a desperate need for answers, I stumbled forward, my paralysis broken by a surge of adrenaline. I had to understand, to unravel the mystery that had consumed my family for centuries. I had to know the truth behind the Shadow Man. "Who are you?" I managed to croak, my voice hoarse and barely audible. The Shadow Man didn't answer verbally. Instead, the shimmering glow around him intensified, and I was suddenly overwhelmed by a torrent of images, memories, and visions. It was a chaotic flood of information, a relentless assault on my senses. I saw glimpses of my ancestors, trapped in a cycle of suffering and fear, their lives intertwined with the Shadow Man's malevolent influence. I saw rituals, sacrifices, and dark pacts made in the dead of night, promises whispered under a malevolent moon. The visions revealed a secret society, a clandestine order that had existed for centuries, their purpose to serve the Shadow Man, to perpetuate his power, to spread his influence across the generations. My family, unknowingly, had been a part of this sinister organization, puppets in a terrifying game orchestrated by an ancient evil. The locket, I realized, was a key, a symbol of membership, a conduit to the Shadow Man's power. It had been passed down through generations, each member unknowingly bound to the entity. The images were horrifying, a tapestry woven from fear, suffering, and darkness. Yet, in the midst of the chaos, I saw something else, a clue, a glimmer of hope. A name was repeated throughout the visions, a name whispered in reverence and fear, Azazel. The storm had subsided, leaving behind an eerie silence, the kind of silence that felt heavy with unspoken secrets. The landscape was desolate, yet in this desolation, a seed of understanding had been planted in my mind. Azazel. The name echoed in my mind, a key to unlocking the mystery of the Shadow Man. His true identity was shrouded in darkness, but the name, the Whisper, was a thread I could follow, a trail leading me towards the truth. The quest had begun. I embarked on a journey, not through the physical desert, but through the labyrinthine corridors of my family's past. I searched through old documents, dusty archives, and forgotten family records, each scrap of information a piece of the puzzle. The journal, my ancestors' tormented chronicle, became my guide, each cryptic entry unlocking a new piece of the horrifying truth. The search took me to ancient libraries, forgotten cemeteries, and crumbling ruins, places where the echoes of the past resonated with the chilling whispers of the Shadow Man. I unearthed ancient texts, cryptic symbols, and forgotten rituals, each discovery revealing another layer of the horrifying secret. The truth was fragmented, scattered across centuries and generations, but I relentlessly pursued it, driven by a desperate need to understand, to break the cycle of fear. The journey was perilous, filled with dangers both physical and psychological. The Shadow Man's presence never truly left me, his chilling influence a constant reminder of the danger I faced. There were moments of doubt, moments of despair, when the weight of the truth threatened to crush me. But the need to know, to break the curse that had haunted my family for centuries, kept me going. The more I discovered, the more I realized the horrifying extent of Azazel's influence. He wasn't merely a malevolent entity, he was a force of nature, a primordial evil that had existed since the dawn of time. He had manipulated my ancestors for generations, feeding on their fear, their despair, their suffering. He was the architect of their downfall, the puppet master of their tormented lives. My quest led me to a remote, forgotten town, nestled deep within a desolate valley. The town itself seemed to exude an aura of despair, a palpable sense of dread hanging heavy in the air. The inhabitants were withdrawn, secretive, their eyes holding a haunted look that mirrored my own. I discovered that the town was a nexus of Azazel's power, a sacred ground where his influence was particularly strong. In the heart of the town, I found an ancient temple, hidden beneath a crumbling facade. The temple was a labyrinth of shadowed corridors and hidden chambers, each one filled with evidence of Azazel's malevolent influence. There were ancient artifacts, grotesque idols, and cryptic inscriptions, all bearing testament to the town's dark history. The final piece of the puzzle, a hidden chamber deep within the temple, held the key to everything. Inside, I found an ancient scroll, written in a language I didn't recognize, but whose meaning resonated deep within my soul. It described a ritual, a way to banish Azazel, to break his hold on my family and free them from his curse. The ritual was dangerous, fraught with peril, but it was my only hope. The scroll detailed the components I needed and instructions for the ritual that could possibly release my family from the clutches of the Shadow Man. With a renewed sense of purpose, fueled by a combination of fear and hope, I embarked on gathering the necessary components. It was a treacherous journey, one that pushed me to my physical and emotional limits, but I persevered, driven by the desire to break the cycle of suffering and finally find peace. The final confrontation with the Shadow Man, however, would be the ultimate test of courage and resilience. It would be a battle not just for my own survival, but for the salvation of my family, a battle that would determine the fate of generations to come. The shadow of Azazel loomed large, but the glimmer of hope, the chance to break the cycle of fear, was finally within reach. The final chapter of my family's dark legacy was about to be written. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a tangible tension that vibrated in the very bones of the ancient temple. The scroll, clutched tightly in my hand, felt cold and strangely alive, pulsating with a faint, internal light. It was a map, a guide through a treacherous landscape of the soul, leading me to a confrontation I wasn't sure I was ready for. The Shadow Man's presence was a suffocating blanket, a palpable weight pressing down on me, whispering promises of oblivion in a voice that resonated not in my ears, but in the very marrow of my being. I took a deep breath, the scent of dust and decay filling my lungs. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my resolve, but a stronger force, a desperate need for closure, propelled me forward. I had come too far, sacrificed too much, to falter now. This was the culmination of a journey that spanned generations, a confrontation that would determine the fate of my family, and perhaps, my own. The chamber was circular, the walls lined with grotesque carvings that seemed to writhe and shift before my eyes. Torches flickered, casting dancing shadows that mimicked the movements of the figures etched into the stone, their faces twisted in expressions of perpetual agony. The air hung heavy with the stench of decay and something else, something ancient, something evil. In the center of the chamber, suspended in mid-air, was the Shadow Man. He was more defined here, less a swirling vortex of darkness and more a solidified entity of pure malevolence. His eyes, burning coals of malevolent light, locked onto mine, and a wave of nausea washed over me. His form seemed to shift and change, morphing into the faces of my ancestors, their expressions reflecting the torment they had endured. He didn't speak, not in the conventional sense. His communication was a direct assault on my senses, a barrage of images and emotions that threatened to shatter my sanity. I saw again the rituals, the sacrifices, the dark pacts, each moment etched into my mind with agonizing clarity. I saw my great-grandmother, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resignation, her hands stained with the blood of a sacrificial lamb. I saw my grandfather, his mind shattered, his spirit broken, his life consumed by the Shadow Man's insidious influence. The visions were relentless, a tide of despair that threatened to drown me. Each image was a painful reminder of the curse that had plagued my family for generations, a curse woven from fear, sacrifice, and an ancient pact made under a malevolent moon. The Shadow Man was not merely a malevolent entity, he was the embodiment of that pact, a manifestation of the collective suffering of my ancestors. But amongst the pain, amidst the relentless assault on my senses, I found a flicker of resistance, a spark of defiance that ignited within my soul. I had spent months preparing for this, studying the scroll, deciphering its cryptic instructions. This was not just a confrontation, it was a ritual, a fight for the very soul of my family. I raised the scroll, its surface glowing faintly in the dim light of the chamber. The words, still indecipherable to my conscious mind, resonated within my being, guiding my hands, directing my actions. I began to chant the words, their ancient syllables weaving a protective shield around me, a counterpoint to the Shadow Man's malevolent energy. The chamber seemed to vibrate with the power of the incantation. The air crackled, the shadows writhed, and the grotesque carvings on the walls seemed to come alive, their eyes following my every move. The Shadow Man recoiled, his form flickering and shifting, as if he were struggling against the force of the ritual. The struggle was intense, a battle waged not with swords or fire, but with wills and ancient energies. My body ached, my mind screamed, but I pressed on, driven by a desperate need to break the curse, to sever the ties that bound my family to Azazel. The chant became a battle cry, a defiant roar against the centuries of darkness. As the ritual reached its climax, the chamber was consumed by a blinding light, a wave of energy that washed over me, cleansing me of the Shadow Man's influence. When the light subsided, the chamber was silent, the carving still, the air clear. The Shadow Man was gone. The relief that washed over me was overwhelming, a wave of exhaustion and triumph. I had broken the curse, freed my family from the grip of Azazel. But the victory was bittersweet. I was left with the memories, the weight of generations of suffering, a burden that would remain with me always. The ancient temple, now silent and empty, held no further secrets. The journey had been long and arduous, a descent into darkness and a climb back towards the light. My fight wasn't just against the Shadow Man, it was against the darkness within myself, the shadows of my family's past that threatened to consume me. But I had emerged victorious, carrying the weight of the past, but no longer bound by its chains. The curse was broken, but the scars, both visible and invisible, would serve as a constant reminder of the terrifying unknown that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. The quest had ended, leaving me in the chilling silence of the vanquished shadow, a silence more profound than the storm of terror that had preceded it. The weight of the past was still heavy, but now it was a weight I could bear. The darkness had retreated, but its memory would forever remain, a haunting reminder of the fragility of the human psyche and the terrifying unknown that lurks at the edge of our perception. The silence that followed the vanishing of the Shadow Man was more terrifying than his presence. It wasn't the comforting quiet of an empty room. It was a silence pregnant with unspoken horrors, a void that echoed with the reverberations of ancient evils. The air, once thick with malevolent energy, now felt strangely thin, as if the very fabric of reality had been stretched taut, about to snap. I stood there, trembling, the scroll clutched limply in my hand. The glowing script had faded, leaving behind only the faintest impression on my skin, a ghost of power, a reminder of the battle just fought. My body ached, my muscles screamed in protest, but the exhaustion was overshadowed by a deeper, more unsettling unease. Had I truly won? Or had I merely exchanged one form of torment for another, more insidious, more subtle? The temple, once a suffocating labyrinth of darkness, now felt strangely exposed. The grotesque carvings, no longer writhing, seemed to stare at me with a vacant, knowing gaze, their stone eyes reflecting the uncertainty that gnawed at my soul. I cautiously approached the center of the chamber, where the Shadow Man had been suspended. There was nothing there, no trace of his presence, no lingering aura of malevolence. Only the cold, smooth stone floor remained. The emptiness was unnerving. It was as if the Shadow Man had never existed, a figment of my imagination, a product of my own fractured psyche. But the visions, the memories, the relentless assault on my senses, those were undeniably real. They were etched onto my soul, an indelible mark of the confrontation that had just transpired. I spent hours searching the chamber, meticulously examining every inch of the ancient stone, hoping to find some clue, some tangible evidence of the Shadow Man's existence. I found nothing. The only evidence was the profound exhaustion that clung to me like a second skin and the lingering dread that coiled in the pit of my stomach. As dawn approached, a sliver of light pierced through the cracks in the temple's roof, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. The light revealed a hidden passageway, concealed behind a loose stone. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I approached it, the same chilling premonition that had guided me to this forsaken place. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. The air was colder here, damp and heavy with the scent of mildew and something else, something indefinably ancient and unpleasant. The passage sloped downward, leading into a labyrinthine network of tunnels, each turn more claustrophobic than the last. I moved deeper into the earth, the silence broken only by the echo of my own footsteps. The darkness was absolute, impenetrable, save for the occasional flicker of my own feeble lantern light. The air grew thinner, the scent of decay stronger, until it was almost unbearable. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a vast cavern, its dimensions lost in the oppressive darkness. In the center of the cavern, bathed in an ethereal glow, was a single, ancient altar. Upon the altar lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Cautiously, I approached the altar. The box was sealed shut, its surface covered in arcane symbols. As I reached for it, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The air crackled with energy, and a voice, faint but insistent, whispered in my ear. It was not the voice of the Shadow Man, but a voice older, deeper, more primordial. The voice spoke of prophecies, of destinies fulfilled and destinies yet to come. It spoke of a power that lay dormant, waiting to be awakened. It spoke of a darkness that dwelled beyond human comprehension, a darkness that threatened to consume the world. The voice filled my mind with images, visions of unimaginable horrors, of a world consumed by chaos and despair. I saw cities reduced to ashes, landscapes ravaged by unseen forces, humanity clinging to survival in a world ruled by nightmares. The visions were overwhelming, horrifying, but also strangely compelling, drawing me deeper into the abyss of the unknown. I fought back, struggling against the insidious influence of the voice, clinging to the remnants of my sanity. I closed my eyes, focusing on the memories of my family, on the battle I had fought against the Shadow Man. The memory of the blinding light, the surge of cleansing energy, strengthened my resolve. When I opened my eyes, the visions had faded. The voice was silent. The air in the cavern was still, the only sound the rhythmic thump of my own heart. The box remained on the altar, its mysteries intact. I did not open the box. I knew, instinctively, that it was not for me to unlock those secrets. The encounter with the Shadow Man, the descent into the earth, had left me changed, forever marked by the weight of the unknown. I had broken the curse on my family, but at what cost? Had I merely traded one form of darkness for another, a darkness far greater than I could possibly comprehend? As I retraced my steps, I carried with me the uncertainty, the lingering dread, and the chilling weight of unanswered questions. The Shadow Man was gone, but the darkness remained, lurking just beyond the veil of reality, waiting for its opportunity to strike. The victory was bittersweet, a Pyrrhic triumph that left me questioning the very nature of reality and the fragility of the human psyche in the face of the terrifying unknown. The silence of the temple echoed in my soul, a haunting symphony of unresolved mysteries, a testament to the enduring power of the shadows and the uncertain outcome of even the most decisive battles. The world, I realized, was far more terrifying than I had ever imagined, and the true darkness lay not in the shadows themselves, but in the ever-present uncertainty of what lurked just beyond their reach. The path ahead remained shrouded in mist, each step forward fraught with the potential for both triumph and utter devastation. My journey was far from over. The shadow of uncertainty stretched long before me, a constant companion on the road ahead.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?